The Vajra-Samadhi-sutra, or Book of Adamantine Absorption, translated by an anonym during the Northern Liang dynasty. Chapter 1, Prologue. Thus I once heard. Typically, this stock opening to Buddhist texts is broken into two clauses. Thus have I heard once, or Ivam Maya Shrutam Ekasmin Sānmèi. I translate it as a single clause, following Wan Hyo's analysis. See Kumgang Sammae Kyong wrong. Wan Hyo's commentary on Vajrasamadhi. 1. Pages 362 C27 through 366 A3. John Bro has advocated this same interpretation. Thus have I heard, pages 416 through 26, following the Tibetan commentarial tradition. The Buddha was dwelling in the great city of King's House, Rajagriha, on Mount Girdakuta Vulture Peak, together with a great assembly of 10,000 bhikshus, or ordained mendicants, all of whom had attained the Arhat path. Their names were Sariputra, Mahamadgalyayana, Subhuti. There were many Arhats such as these. Furthermore, there were 2,000 Bodhisattva Mahasattvas, or adepts intent on enlightenment. Their names were Hayatal, liberation or Sanskrit Vimutti Bodhisattva, Simwang, Mind King, Sanskrit Chittaraja Bodhisattva, Muju or non-abiding, or the Sanskrit Apradisthita Bodhisattva, and other bodhisattvas like these. Furthermore, there were 80,000 elders, Grihapati. Their names were Elder Pomhang, chastity or Sanskrit Brahmacarya, Elder Tembonghang, or great chastity, Maha Brahmacarya, Elder Jyotishka, Korean Suje or luminary, and other elders like these. As Mizuno, page 42, has noted, these would be unusual personal names for Indians, and their use provides a significant clue of the East Asian origin of Vajrasamadhi-sutra. Furthermore, there were 600 million devas, dragons, yakshas or demons, Gandharvas, demigod musicians, Asuras or titans, Garudas or mythical birds, Kinnaras, half horses, half men, Mahoragas, great snakes, humans and non-humans. At that time, the Lord, surrounded by the great congregation, preached a Mahayana Sutra on behalf of all the great congregation, entitled Ilmi Chinsil Musang Musang Kyolchong Silche Pon Ganghyang, practice of the single taste, truth, signless non-production, certitude, edge of reality, and the inspiration of original enlightenment. If one hears this sutra or retains even one 4-line verse of it, that person will then access the stage of the Buddha's knowledge. He will be able to proselyte sentient beings with the appropriate expedients and become the great spiritual mentor, or Kalyana Mitra, of all sentient beings. After the Buddha had preached this sutra, he folded his legs into full lotus position and entered into the Adamantine Absorption, or Vajra-Samadhi, with his body and mind motionless. At that time there was a bhikshu named Agata in the congregation, who arose from his seat, joined his palms together, and genuflected in foreign fashion, Hodwe, with his right knee on the ground, wishing to recite the meaning of this sutra that had just been preached, following the Koryo II Taisho edition of Vajrasamadhi-sutra, 366a13. He recited Gathas. That Lord who is filled with great friendliness, his wisdom penetrates without obstruction, intending to ferry across sentient beings on a vast scale. He has explained the meaning of the one truth. All this was accomplished via the path that has a single taste. the one vehicle of the Buddhas according to Wan Hyo. Kumgang Sammae Kyong 1, page 963, b 16 through 17. Never by means of the Hinayana. The meaning, taste, in place of his sermon, all leave the unreal far behind. They access the stage of wisdom of all the Buddhas, that decisive and true edge of reality, Bhuttakoti. All the audience has transcended the world. There is no one who has not achieved liberation. All the innumerable bodhisattvas, each ferry across all sentient beings. For the sake of the congregation, they question extensively and profoundly, learning of the Dharma's characteristic of calm extinction. They access that place of certitude, of attaining enlightenment, samyaktva niyamavakranti. The Tathāgata, through his knowledge, jnana, and expedience, upaya, speaks so that all beings will be sure to access reality. All this is in accordance with the one vehicle. There are no extraneous tastes. In the same way that, soaked by a single rain, the multitudes of plants all grow verdantly, so, too, according to their natures, which are each discrete, soaked by the Dharma that has a single taste, all things achieve complete fulfillment. Just as if, soaked by a single rain, all their bodhi sprouts were matured, alluding to the famous simile of the rain of Dharma that nurtures all living things. See Miao Fa Lien Hua Ching, or Siddharma Pundarika Sutra 3, T 262.9.19a through 20b, Leon Hurwitz's translation, and Lotus, pages 101 through 103. Accessing the adamantine taste. He realizes the meditative absorption that knows the true reality of dharmas. He is certain to excise doubts and regrets, and perfect the seal of the one Dharma. Chapter 2. The Signless Dharma. Arising from his samadhi, the Lord then spoke these words. The stage of wisdom of all the Buddhas accesses the given nature of the real characteristic of dharmas. The stage of wisdom of all the Buddhas refers to the wisdom that is produced by accessing the Vajra-Samadhi. Wan Hyo interprets the given nature, Kyo Chong Song, as follows. This real characteristic of dharmas is not produced by the Buddhas. Its nature is itself just so, regardless of whether there are Buddhas or not. Kumgang Sammae Kyong, page 964, b2 through 4. For this reason, the Buddha's expedience, the expedient display of 8 stereotypical events in any Buddha's life, Pa'alsang Pangpyeon, beginning with his descent from Tushita heaven and culminating in parinirvana, Kumgang Sammae Kyong 1, page 964, b11 through 12, and superpowers or abhijna. These are the 6 superpowers or magical powers: divine ear, telepathy, divine eye, recollection of former existences, knowledge of the extinction of the outflows. Kumgang Sammae Kyong 1, page 964, b12, are all inspired by signlessness, or alakshanatva. The explicit meaning, nitartha, of the one enlightenment. Wan Hyo glosses the explicit meaning of the one enlightenment as the one mind, original enlightenment, or the Tathāgatagarbha. Kumgang Sammae Kyong 1, page 964, b 19 through 20. Is difficult to comprehend and difficult to access. It is not something that is known or cognized by any adherents of the 2 vehicles. or Sravakas and Pratyeka Buddhas. It may only be known by the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. All the Tathāgatas explain the single taste only to those sentient beings who are capable of deliverance. At that time, Heatal Bodhisattva arose from his seat, joined his palms together, genuflected in foreign fashion, and addressed the Buddha. Lord, after the Buddha's demise, the right Dharma, Sadharma, will vanish from the world, and the semblance Dharma, Pratirupaka Dharma, will linger on in the world. Won Hyo construes this passage as referring to Vajrasamadhi's audience. The preceding expanded Vaipulya Sutra was intended for the period of Sadharma, while Vajrasamadhi is directed at the needs of beings in the semblance Dharma age. Kumgang Sammae Kyong, 1, page 964, c. 19-21. Actually, Vajrasamadhi here jumbles the transition period of Pratirupaka Dharma and the final age of Saddharma Vipralopa. For a survey of different Chinese Buddhist eschatological schemes, see David Chappell, Early Forebodings of the Death of Buddhism, pages 122-54. During the final age of the Dharma, Saddharma Vipralopa, sentient beings who are tainted by the 5 turbidities, Kashaya. The 5 turbidities are 5 events that mark the gradual decay of the universe. They appear during the abiding period of an eon or kalpa. 1. Turbidity of the kalpa, marking the beginning of the declining period of the kalpa. 2. Turbidity of views, i.e. the wrong views of egoism, etc. 3. Turbidity of defilements. 4. Turbidity of sentient beings, the decline in their behavior. 5. Turbidity of the lifespan, or the decreasing length of life. Will perform all types of evil actions, and will transmigrate among the 3 realms of existence without respite. During that period, I beg that the Buddha, out of his friendliness and compassion, will proclaim for those later generations of sentient beings the single taste that is decisive and true, and prompt those sentient beings to achieve liberation together. The Buddha said, "O son of good family, feel free to ask me about the causes surrounding my appearance in the world. I wanted to proselyte sentient beings and to prompt those sentient beings to obtain the fruition of enlightenment that transcends the world. This one great matter of a Buddha's appearance in the world is inconceivable because it is performed out of great friendliness and great compassion. If I were not to respond to your questions, then I would fall into niggardliness for hoarding the Dharma I have learned. You should all listen attentively and carefully, and I will proclaim the answers for you. O son of good family, when you proselyte sentient beings, you should not conceive that proselytism either does or does not occur. Such proselytism is great indeed. It enables all those sentient beings to leave behind mind and self, for both mind and self are originally void and calm. Self means person, mind means dharmas, because mind is the support and chief of all dharmas. At the same time that one penetrates to the fact that all persons and dharmas are originally void, the signs at which one had grasped previously are not then produced. Therefore, both types of abandonment are simultaneously perfected. Kumgang Sammae Kyong, 1, page 965, b29 through 965, c3. If they attain voidness of mind, then that mind will not illusorily project anything. Free from all illusory projections, they will then attain non-production, anutpatti. The mind that does not produce anything derives from such non-projection. Hayatā Bodhisattva addressed the Buddha. The nature of the mind of sentient beings is originally void and calm. The essence of the mind that is void and calm is free from materiality, or rupa, and characteristics, lakshana. How are we to cultivate and train so that we may obtain that mind which is originally void? I entreat the Buddha to proclaim this for us, out of his friendliness and compassion. The Buddha replied, Bodhisattva, all the characteristics of the mind originally have no origin, as they originally have no original locus. The mind is void and calm, producing nothing. If the mind produces nothing, it then accesses void calmness. The equation drawn here between non-production, anutpatti, and void calmness, a synonym of nirvana, is standard in the earliest stratum of Tathāgatagarbha materials. See William Grosnick, Non-Origination in Nirvana, in the early Tathāgatagarbha literature, pages 33 through 43. At the ground of the mind, Chittabhumi, where all is void and calm, one attains voidness of mind. O son of good family, the signless mind is free from both mind and self. It is the same with all the characteristics of dharmas. Hayatā Bodhisattva addressed the Buddha. Lord, if sentient beings have a conception of self, i.e. grasping at personality, or a conception of mind, i.e. grasping at dharmas, what dharma will awaken those sentient beings and prompt them to leave behind such fetters? Samyojana. The Buddha replied, O son of good family, if there is someone who retains a conception of self, he should be encouraged to contemplate the 12-fold chain of causal conditioning, pratitya samutpada. The 12-fold chain of causal conditioning originally derives from cause and fruition. The production of cause and fruition is stimulated by the operation of the mind. But the mind does not exist, much less the body. If there is a person who conceives of a self, he should be encouraged to abandon his view that the self exists. If there is a person who conceives that there is no self, he should be encouraged to abandon his view that the self does not exist. If a person conceives that the mind can be produced, he should be encouraged to abandon his view that the nature of the mind is subject to production. If a person conceives that the mind can be extinguished, he should be encouraged to abandon his view that the nature of the mind is subject to extinction. Once these views about the nature are extinguished, he will immediately approach the edge of reality. A relatively free rendering of a problematic passage, following the emendations introduced in the Wan and Ming editions. Vajrasamadhi-sutra, page 366, NN 1314. Wan Hyo tortuously tries to wring some sense out of this passage by interpreting each statement as meaning its exact opposite. His understanding of the passage's import, however, ends up being quite close to these latter emendations. See Kumgang Sammae Kyong Ron 1, page 966, c. 18 through 25. Why is this? Originally, production is not extinguished. Originally, extinction is not produced. Both are non-extinct and unproduced and non-extinct. It is just the same with the characteristics of the dharmas. Hayatā Bodhisattva addressed the Buddha. Lord, what view is extinguished when a sentient being perceives that a dharma is produced? What view is extinguished when a sentient being perceives that a dharma ceases? This line is missing in the Wan Hyo and K'ai Pao editions. Vajrasamadhi, page 366, note 16. The Buddha replied, Bodhisattva, When a sentient being perceives that a dharma is produced, this causes the extinction of the view of non-existence. When he sees the extinction of a dharma, this causes the extinction of the view of existence. Once these views are extinguished, the true non-existence of dharmas is achieved and he accesses certitude, where the attainment of the state of non-production is certain. Hayatal Bodhisattva addressed the Buddha. Lord, if a sentient being were encouraged to linger in the state of non-production, would that mean he had achieved the acceptance of the non-production of dharmas, anutpatika dharmak santi? The Buddha replied, were one to linger in non-production, that would actually be producing something. Why is this? Only when one does not linger in non-production is it really non-production. Bodhisattva, if one produces non-production, production and extinction would therewith be produced. When production and extinction are both extinguished, production inherently would not be produced, and the mind would be constantly void and calm. And that which is void and calm is non-abiding. Only the mind that does not abide anywhere is really unproduced. Hayatal Bodhisattva addressed the Buddha. If the mind does not abide anywhere, then what need is there for religious practice? When the mind abides nowhere, is that then a state in which there is still training left to complete? Saiksha, or where no further training is necessary? Asaiksha? The Buddha replied, Bodhisattva, the mind that is unproduced, that mind has neither egress nor access. It is the original Tathāgatagarbha, whose nature is calm and motionless. It is neither subject to further training nor free from further training. When there is neither training nor non-training, that then is the state where no further training is necessary. Training means to ensure that there is no need for further training or not training. Hayatal Bodhisattva addressed the Buddha. How is it that the nature of the Tathāgatagarbha is calm and motionless? The Buddha replied, the Tathāgatagarbha is that characteristic of discriminative awareness, subject to production and extinction, which conceals the principle so that it is not made manifest. That is what is meant by the statement, the nature of the Tathāgatagarbha is calm and motionless. Hayatal Bodhisattva addressed the Buddha. What is meant by the statement that the characteristic of discriminative awareness, which is subject to production and extinction? The Buddha replied, Bodhisattva, the principle is free from either acceptance or rejection. If there were acceptance or rejection, then all kinds of thoughts would be produced. The thousands of conceptions and myriad of mentations are marked by production and extinction. Bodhisattva, contemplate the characteristics of the original nature, viz., the Tathāgatagarbha, and the principle will become perfected in and of itself. The thousands of conceptions and myriad of mentations do not augment the principles of the path. They instead agitate the mind in vain, so that one loses the original mind king, Chittaraja, the one mind. If there are neither conceptions nor mentations, then both production and extinction will vanish, and, accordingly, Yathabhuta will not be produced. All 8 consciousnesses will become peaceful and calm. The currents, or ogha, of desire, existence, and ignorance will not be produced, and the 5 dharmas will be purified. This is called the Mahayana. Following Wan Hyo's interpretation, Kumgang Sammae Kyong 1, pages 969b through 970b, Wan Hyo takes the 5 dharmas as the pure Dharmadhatu, which derives from the 9th Amala Vijnana, and the 4 wisdoms into which the other 8 consciousnesses transmute, See Kumgang Sammae Kyong Ron 1, page 970 A28, B1. A different list appears in the Lankavatara Sutra, Suzuki's translation, page 194. Name, form, discrimination, right knowledge, and thusness. Bodhisattva, by accessing the purity of the 5 dharmas, the mind becomes free from deception. Once deception has vanished, one immediately accesses the stage of the Tathāgata's own enlightened, sanctified knowledge. One who accesses this stage of wisdom is well aware that all things are unproduced from the beginning, and he is aware that they originally are unproduced. He thence is free from deceptive conceptions. Hayatala Bodhisattva addressed the Buddha. Lord, one who is free from the deceptive conceptions should have nothing that needs to be either tranquilized or brought to an end. As Wan Hyo notes, the issue raised in this question is that someone who has realized the state of non-conceptualization would be unable to conceive either of any mental concept that needs to be controlled or of any conception of a person who actually performs such controlling. Such a position would imply that there was no such thing as actualized enlightenment, that is, a process of spiritual development by which enlightenment is achieved. Kumgang Sammae Kyong Ron 1, page 970, B26 through 28. The Buddha responded, Bodhisattva, deceptions are originally unproduced. Hence, there are no deceptions that need to be brought to an end. By knowing that the mind is actually no mind, there then is no mind that needs to be tranquilized. Once the mind is free from both differentiation and discrimination, the consciousnesses that manifest sensory objects are not produced. When there is nothing produced that needs to be tranquilized, this then would be non-tranquilization, but also not non-tranquilization. Why is this? Because true tranquilization actually tranquilizes nothing. Cf. the parallel statement in Sin Ming, T 2010, 48, 376, C25. If motion is tranquilized, that is non-tranquilization. Hayatala Bodhisattva addressed the Buddha. Lord, if tranquilization is non-tranquilization, then tranquilization would be produced. How can you say it is unproduced? The Buddha replied, Bodhisattva, at the moment when tranquilization occurs, it is produced, but after it is tranquilized, there is no further tranquilization necessary. One should not linger in either non-tranquilization or a non-abiding state. Hayatala Bodhisattva addressed the Buddha. Lord, to what does the mind that produces nothing cling? What does it reject? In what characteristic of Dharma does it linger? The Buddha replied, the mind that produces nothing neither clings to anything nor rejects it. It does not linger over either mind or dharmas. Hayatala Bodhisattva addressed the Buddha. What do you mean by saying it does not linger over either mind or dharmas? The Buddha replied, not producing thoughts is what is meant by not lingering over the mind. Not producing dharmas is what is meant by not lingering over dharmas. O son of good family, if one does not produce a conception of either mind or dharmas, the mind will then have no support, a pratisthita. Not lingering over any compounded thing, samskara, the mind will be constantly void and calm, without any extraneous characteristics. It will be just like space, which is motionless and non-abiding, ungenerated and unproduced, and free from either that or this. Once one obtains the eye of the voidness of mind and the body of the voidness of dharmas, the 5 skandhas or aggregates of being, and the 6 sense bases will all become void and calm. O son of good family, one who cultivates the Dharma of voidness does not base himself on the 3 realms of existence, and does not linger over the specific practices of the Vinaya, the discipline. Pure and free from thoughts, munyom, he neither appropriates nor releases anything. His nature is the same as adamant. He is not pulverized even by the Triratna, the 3 gems of the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. His mind emptied is motionless and endowed with all the 6 paramitas, or perfections. Hayatal Bodhisattva addressed the Buddha, Lord, all the 6 paramitas have characteristics, but are the dharmas that have characteristics capable of inducing transcendence? The Buddha replied, O son of good family, the 6 paramitas of which I have spoken are signless and inactive, mu-wi. Why is this? If a person accesses the essence of the mind and forsakes desires, kama vitaragya, his mind will become constant and pure. Through his speech, expedient devices, and original inspiration, he will inspire others. This is dana paramita, perfection of giving. As his earnest thoughts are tenacious and intent, his mind is constantly unabiding, pure, and untainted, and does not cling to the 3 realms. This is sila paramita, perfection of morality. Cultivating voidness and extricating himself from the fetters, he does not rely on any existing thing. He calms and quietens the 3 types of action, via body, speech, and mind, and does not linger in either body or mind. This is Kshanti Paramita, perfection of patience. Abandoning names and classifications, he overcomes the views of both voidness and existence, and delves deeply into the voidness of the skandhas. This is Virya Paramita, perfection of vigor. Abandoning completely void calmness, nirvana, he does not linger in any type of voidness. The mind that subsists nowhere resides in great voidness. Following Wan Hyo, Kumgang Sammae Kyong Ron, 1, page 971, c. 28. The Koryo 2 Taisho recension reads instead, the mind that subsists nowhere does not subsist in great voidness. Vajra-Samadhi, page 367, a. 23. This is Dhyana Paramita, perfection of meditation. While the mind is free from all mental characteristics, it does not cling to vacuous voidness. While no compounded things are produced, one does not realize calm extinction. Where the mind has neither egress nor access, the nature is constantly in equilibrium. The edge of reality of all dharmas has the nature of certitude, of enlightenment. One does not rely on any of the bhumis, the final 10 stages of practice, and does not linger in wisdom. This is prajna paramita, perfection of wisdom. O son of good family, since all these 6 paramitas gain the original inspiration and access the nature of certitude, they supernally transcend the world. This is unobstructed liberation. O son of good family, dharmas that are marked in this way by liberation are all signless. To practice them is also to be free from both liberation and bondage. This is what is meant by liberation. Why is this? The characteristic of liberation is to be free from both characteristics and practices. It is motionless and undisturbed. It is calm and quiet nirvana. But it also does not cling to the characteristics of nirvana. Hayatal Bodhisattva heard these words. His mind greatly pleased and elated, he gained what he never had before, Adbhuta. Wishing to proclaim the meaning and intent of this sermon, he recited these gathas. The Lord, who is replete in great enlightenment, has expounded the Dharma for the congregation. It has all been explained from the standpoint of the one vehicle, drawing nothing from the paths of either of the two vehicles. The signless inspiration that has a single taste is like great space, in that there is nothing it does not embrace. According to the differences in each of their natures, all things gain the original locus, to the extent that they abandon mind and self. The one Dharma is consummated. All practices that involve identity and difference gain the original inspiration and extirpate dualistic views. One also neither lingers in nor clings to the realization of that nirvana which is calm and tranquil. Accessing that place of certitude, there are neither characteristics nor practices. In that stage of calm extinction where the mind is void, the calm, extinct mind is unproduced. It is identical to the adamantine nature, which is not pulverized by the Triratna, endowed with all 6 paramitas. One ferries across all sentient beings. The Hinayana is never capable of supernally transcending the 3 realms of existence. The Dharma seal that has a single taste is perfected by the one vehicle. At that time, the great congregation heard the exposition of these ideas. Their minds greatly pleased and elated, they were able to abandon all conceptions of mind and self. They accessed voidness and signlessness, which are broad and expansive, vacant and vast. All gained certitude, freeing themselves from the fetters and drying up the outflows, or asrava of existence, non-existence, and speculative views. Wan Hyo glosses these experiences as implying that the congregation accessed the path of vision, darshana marga, the initiation into sagehood. Kumgang Sammae Kyong Ron 1, page 973 B6. Chapter 3, The Practice of Non-Production. At that time, Simwang Bodhisattva heard the Buddha's explanation of the Dharma, which transcended the 3 realms of existence, and was inconceivable. Arising from his seat, he joined his palms together in supplication and asked in gathas. The meaning of what the Tathāgata has said transcends the world and is free from characteristics. It enables all sentient beings to complete the annihilation of the outflows, eradicating the bonds and emptying both mind and self. This then will be the state of non-production. But then how will one gain the acceptance of the non-production of dharmas, if there is nothing that is produced? At that time the Buddha proclaimed to Simwang Bodhisattva, O son of good family, the acceptance of the non-production of dharmas means to realize that dharmas are originally unproduced, and that all practices produce nothing, and there is no way to practice this non-production. Achieving the acceptance of non-production is in fact a deception. Simwang Bodhisattva asked, Lord, you say that achieving the acceptance of non-production is in fact a deception. But is the converse then true? That non-achievement and non-acceptance perforce are not deceptions? The Buddha replied, Not so. Why is this? If non-achievement and non-acceptance exist, then so would achievement. If achievement and acceptance exist, following the Koryo 2 and Taisho edition, both the Wanhyo and Ka'ai Pao recensions read, Chu, abiding, for in, acceptance, here. Vajra-Samadhi, page 367, note 8. If achievement is produced, then there would exist dharmas that are the objects of that achievement. So both achievement and acceptance are deceptions. Simwang Bodhisattva asked, Lord, how is it that the mind may be free from either acceptance or production, and yet not be deceived? The Buddha replied, the mind that is free from both acceptance and production, that mind has neither form nor shape. See Pao Chi's Shi Su Ko Sung in Ching Te Chuang Tang Lu 29, T 2076, 51, 451 B5. The mind essence has neither form nor shape. It is like heat, literally the nature of fire, which, though latent in wood, cannot be found there. This is because the nature of the mind is fixed. For this simile, see Kuang Po Lun Pen, T 1570, 31, 185 B 21 through 26, and Chapter 8 Infra. Wan Hyo explains this simile as follows. Heat may be latent in wood, but that heat can never be isolated from wood. In the same way, innumerable dharmas may be latent inside the principle, but they cannot be isolated from that principle. While heat therefore may ultimately be unascertainable, we know that heat nevertheless exists. In the same way, while the vast numbers of wholesome qualities inherent in the principle may ultimately be unascertainable, the adept can draw upon them in his spiritual practice. Kumgang Sammae Kyong Ron 2, page 974, A 18 through 23. Mind is nothing more than a name and a word. Its nature is unascertainable. Wishing to allude to this principle, the Buddhas have provisionally named it mind, but this name is unascertainable. This is also the case for the characteristics of the mind. Their location cannot be found. If one knows that the mind is like this, the mind will then not produce anything. O son of good family, the nature and characteristics of the mind are like the amaloka, myrobalan fruit. They are not self-generated. They are not generated by some external agent. They are not produced in conjunction with something else. They are not produced in the absence of a cause for that production. The rendering of the last alternative follows Wan Hyo's interpretation. Kumgang Sammae Kyong Ron 2, page 974, B 9 through 11. Wan Hyo interprets these four alternatives as follows. As far as these four negations are concerned, because they, the fruits of the seeds, are dependent upon conditions such as soil, water, and sunlight, they are not self-generated. Because the fruits grow from their own seeds, they are not generated by some external agent. Because they are inactive, akarmaka, from an absolute standpoint. They do not arise in conjunction with something else. And yet, because they do function, they are not produced in the absence of a cause for that production, literally are not unproduced. Kumgang Sammae Kyong Ron 2, page 974, B 4 through 6. The Mirobalan is used in Mahaparinirvana Sutra as a metaphor for the perfect clarity of insight that comes through accessing the Vajra-Samadhi. If there is a bodhisattva who abides in this Vajra-Samadhi, he will see that all dharmas have no obstructions, just as if they were mirobalans in one's palm. Karatalama Lakavat. Ta Pan Nye Pa'an Ching 24. T or Taisho Shinshu Daizokyo 374, 12, 509, c. 5-8. Noted in Liebenthal, page 371. For other references to the Myrobalan in Buddhist literature, see Alex Wayman, Notes on the Three Myrobalans, pages 63-77. Why is this? Because these conditions of production and extinction alternate successively. These conditions are generated, but there is no production. These conditions decay, but there is no extinction. Whether hidden or made manifest, nature and characteristics are signless. Their fundamental principle is calm and extinct. There is no place where they abide, nor is there seen anything that abides, because their natures are fixed. This fixed nature is neither unitary nor different, neither evanescent nor permanent. It has neither access nor egress, and is neither produced nor extinguished. It abandons all four of these alternatives, katuskoti, for the pathways of words and speech are eradicated, onododon. The locus classicus for this phrase is Sutta Nipata, verse 1076, describing the state of nirvana. There is no means of knowing him who has gone to rest. He has nothing that could be named. When all dharmas are eradicated, all paths of speech are also eradicated. Atan gatasi na panamam athi, yena nam vaju tam tasa na athi, sabesu damesu samutesu, samuhata vadapatha pi sabeti. For discussion of the significance of this verse, see Luis Gomez, Proto-Madhyamika in the Pali Canon, page 146. And for further references to the phrase in Sanskrit literature, page 158, note 5. This is the case as well for the unproduced nature of the mind. How can it be said that it is either produced or unproduced, either accepted or not accepted? If a person claims that the mind may either achieve something or abide somewhere, and takes this as his wrong view, then he will not attain Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi, complete perfect enlightenment and prajna. This is the long night of samsara. One who has comprehended the mind nature knows that the mind nature is thus, and that the nature is also thus. This is the practice of non-production. Simwang Bodhisattva commented, Lord, as the mind is originally thus, it will not produce such practices. As all practices are unproduced, there will be no practice that produces anything, and this non-production will then not need to be practiced. As all practices are unproduced, there will be no practice that produces anything, and this non-production will then not need to be practiced. This, in fact, is the practice of non-production. The Buddha asked, O son of good family, can you realize the practice of non-production by not producing anything? Simwang Bodhisattva replied, No. And why is this? In the actual practice of non-production, both nature and characteristics are void and calm. There is neither vision nor hearing, neither gain nor loss, neither words nor speech, neither cognition nor characteristics, neither clinging nor rejection. So how could one cling to this realization? If one clings to this realization, this would in fact serve as the cause of disputation and contention. Only when there is neither disputation nor contention is it the practice of non-production. The Buddha said, Have you attained Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi? For a similar exchange, cf. Chinkang Pojo Polo Mi Ching, Vajrasamadhi-Sutra, T or Taisho Shinshu Daizokyo 235, 8, 749, B 11 through 12, and 751, C 20 through 27. Simwang Bodhisattva responded, Lord, I am free from any attainment of Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi. And why is this? The Bodhi nature has neither gain nor loss, neither attention nor cognition, for it is free from all differentiated characteristics. The pure nature actually exists in such non-discrimination. This nature is free from any extraneous admixture, such as the dichotomies of production and extinction, or subject and object. It is free from words and speech. It neither exists nor does not exist. It is neither aware nor nescient. So too is this case for all the dharmas, or training methods, that can be cultivated. Why is this? All dharmas and practices have no loci that can be found, because their natures are fixed. Originally, they are free from any semblance of attainment or non-attainment. So how can one attain Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi? The Buddha replied, So it is, so it is. As you have said, all of the activities of mind are nothing but signlessness. Their essences are calm and unproduced. It is the same as well with each and every consciousness. Why is this? The eye and visual contact are both void and calm. Visual consciousness is also void and calm. It is free from any characteristic of agitation or motionlessness, since it is free internally of the three feelings, Vedana, pain, pleasure, and neutral feeling. The three feelings are calm and extinct. So too is this case for auditory, olfactory, gustatory, tactile, and mental consciousnesses, as well as mind consciousness, mano-vijnana, mental consciousness, hui, mind consciousness, husik, and mano-vijnana, malnasik, are actually the translations and transliteration of the same sixth consciousness, the mano-vijnana, obvious indications that the author was not working from Sanskrit materials. Wan Hyo tries to resolve the reiteration by specifying that both mental and mind consciousness refer to the sixth consciousness, that consciousness being called Yui, memory when it is past, Usik, mental consciousness when it is present, and Seem, mind, when it is future. Mano-vijnana then refers instead to the seventh consciousness, the governing consciousness, Kalishta Mano-vijnana. See Kumgang Sammae Kyong Ron 2, page 976, A 17 through 20. And Alaya consciousness, as all of them are also unproduced. They are the mind that is calm and extinct, and the mind that produces nothing. This passage, especially as it has been brought out in Wan Hyo's interpretation, closely parallels statements concerning the meaning of non-production made by Ching Chui, 683 through 750, the Northern School adept who compiled Lang Chi Shitzu Chi in his Pojo Hisin Ching Chu Chi, annotation and explication of the Heart Sutra. Thus we know that all dharmas are tranquil and calm, unproduced and unextinguished. The text is reproduced in Yanagita, Shoki Shenshu Shisho, page 602. But if one gives rise to the mind that is calm and extinct in the mind that produces nothing, then this would be practice that produces something, not the practice of non-production. Bodhisattva, thus internally are generated three feelings, three karmic actions, and three moral restraints, of physical, verbal, and mental actions. If these are already calm and extinct, the producing mind will not be produced, and the mind will be constantly calm and extinct, without efficacy or function. He does not evince any characteristic of calm extinction, but he also does not insist on corroborating such a characteristic. What is worth lingering in is the state of non-abiding, wherein is encoded Cheongji, Dhariyati, signlessness. Then there will be none of these things, such as the three feelings and so forth, for all will be calm and extinct, pure and non-abiding. He need not access samadhi. He need not persist in sitting in dhyana. This is non-production and freedom from practice. Simwang Bodhisattva asked, Dhyana can suppress all agitation and allay all illusory distractions. Why this negation of dhyana? The Buddha replied, Bodhisattva, dhyana in fact is agitation. Being neither agitated nor concentrated is the dhyana that produces nothing. The nature of dhyana is to produce nothing. It has no characteristics of the dhyana that does produce something. The nature of dhyana is to linger nowhere. It leaves far behind the agitation caused by trying to linger in dhyana. Know that the nature of dhyana is free from both agitation and calmness, and you will immediately attain the acceptance of non-production of dharmas and the prajna that produces nothing. But also do not rely on or linger over these. Because of this knowledge, the mind also will not be agitated. For this reason you will attain the prajna paramita that produces nothing. Simwang Bodhisattva said, Lord, the prajna that produces nothing does not abide anywhere, and yet there is no place where it is not. The mind has no abiding place, and there is no place where the mind can abide. When there is no abiding and no mind, musim, the mind will then abide in non-production. The mind that so abides is in fact abiding in non-production. Lord, the mind's practice of non-production is inconceivable. As it is inconceivable, it is both effable and ineffable. The Buddha said, So it is, so it is. Simwang Bodhisattva heard these words, and, praising its miraculousness, recited these gathas. That Lord who is replete in great knowledge has explained extensively the Dharma of non-production. I have heard what has never been heard before. Now has been explained what had yet to be explained. Like the pure sweet dew that appears but once in a long while, so too is this Dharma difficult to encounter and difficult to imagine. Difficult too is it to hear. It is the unsurpassed, excellent field of merit, punya kshetra, the supremely efficacious, sublime medicine. It is in order to ferry across sentient beings that it has now been proclaimed. At that time, all those in the congregation heard these words and attained the acceptance of non-production of dharmas, as well as the prajna that produces nothing. Chapter 4. The Inspiration of Original Enlightenment. According to Wan Hyo's exegesis, Chapter 4 is concerned with the phenomenal production and extinction aspect of the one mind's two aspects. The absolute true thusness aspect will be treated in the following chapter. See Kumgang Sammae Kyong Ron 2, page 982, b 17 through 18. At that time, Muju Bodhisattva heard what the Buddha said about the single taste being true and inconceivable. From the distant past up to the present, Muju had drawn near to the Tathāgata's seats, and listened to the Tathāgatas carefully and with full attention. Accessing that pure, transparent place, his body and mind were motionless. Motionless, achala, is not only the attribute of samadhi, as seen before in the sutra with reference to the Vajra-Samadhi, but also a samadhi in its own right. See sources listed in Franklin Edgerton, Buddhist Hybrid Sanskrit Dictionary, page 6, SV Achala. At that time, the Buddha addressed Muju Bodhisattva. Whence have you come? Where now have you arrived? Muju Bodhisattva replied, Lord, I have come from where there is no origin, and have now arrived where there is no origin. Wan Hyo explains, this explains the process of practice from the stage of an ordinary person, Prithagjana, to the arrival at the stage of sanctity. When a person arrives at the stage of sanctity, he looks back on his progress through past and present. In the past, when he was at the stage of the ordinary person, and first aroused his will to practice and set out on the path, he himself believed that his own mind was originally free from production and motion, because the origin of production and motion can, ultimately, never be found. Now, once he has arrived at the stage of sanctity, and has attained the acceptance of the non-production of dharmas, he knows through realization that his own mind is originally unproduced, because an origin for such production cannot be found. Hence, he knows that he has first come from where there is no origin, and the place where he has now arrived is also where there is no origin. Kumgang Sammae Kyong, 2, page 977, B29 through 977, C5. The Buddha said, You originally came from nowhere, and now you have also arrived nowhere. As you have gained the original inspiration, pori, which is inconceivable, you are a bodhisattva mahasattva. Then, while emitting a great ray of light that pervaded the many thousands of world systems, he recited gathas. How great you are, O bodhisattva, you who are replete in knowledge and wisdom. Constantly by means of the original inspiration, you inspire sentient beings. In all the four postures, walking, standing, sitting, lying, you constantly abide in the original inspiration, guiding all the classes of beings without either coming or going. At that time, Muju Bodhisattva addressed the Buddha, Lord, through what inspiring transmutation may one transmute all the affective consciousnesses of sentient beings, so that they will access the Amala Vijnana, immaculate consciousness? The affective consciousness refer to the 8 consciousnesses, all of which are subject to the interplay of the defilements. Only the 9th consciousness, the Amala Vijnana, is unaffected thereby, thus earning its designation as the Immaculate Consciousness. Wan Hyo presumes that this passage was the source for Paramartha's theory of a 9th consciousness. Kumgang Sammae Kyong, 2, page 978a 7 through 8. And see discussion in Part 1, Chapter 3. The transcription Amara, Chinese An Mo Lo, for the Sanskrit word Amala as used here, is generally described as being peculiar to the Tian Tai tradition, and especially to Chi Yi's 539 through 597 writings. See Mizuno, page 45 through 46, Liebenthal, page 371, note 1, It is not, however, exclusive to that tradition. The same transcription is found, for example, in Chinese Pure Land works, Chuan Tang's Qing Tiu Shang Wu Shang Lun, and T or Taisho Shinshu Daizokyo, 1975, 47, 381 C17. Cha'an Materials, Yen Shu's Tsung Ching Lu, 90, and T or Taisho Shinshu Daizokyo, 745, 19, 123 C15. 2016, 48, 907 B16. Korean Yogacara or Yogacara commentaries, Tulyun's Yudaron Ki 13a, T or Taisho Shinshu Daizokyo 1828, 42, 605 B22, and Japanese exegeses, Jonen's Girorinsho 50, T or Taisho Shinsho Daizokyo 2409, 76, 352 C7. The transcription is also used frequently in East Asian apocryphal compositions, such as at Shu Lang Yen Qing 4, Taisho Shinshu Daizokyo 745, 19, 123 C15. This rendering antedates Paramartha's own works, which adopt the alternate A Mo Lo. The Buddha replied, all the Buddhas, the Tathāgatas, constantly transmute all the consciousnesses by means of the One Enlightenment, so that they will access the Amala. Why is this? The original enlightenment, Wanhyo glosses original enlightenment as the Amala Vijnana, Kumgang Sammae Kyong 2, page 978a20. Of each and every sentient being, the original enlightenment of each and every sentient being is constantly enlightening all sentient beings by means of that one enlightenment, prompting them all to regain their original enlightenment. They become enlightened to the fact that all the effective consciousnesses are void, calm, and unproduced. Why is this? It is a given that the original natures of the 8 consciousnesses are originally motionless. Muju Bodhisattva asked, each and every one, Wanhyo glosses Kail as Ilchi, each and every. Kumgang Sammae Kyong 2, page 978 B7. The Yuan and Ming editions have simply changed the following 8 to Che to bring out the same sense. Vajra-Samadhi, page 368 B18, note 13. Muju Bodhisattva asked, each and every one of the 8 consciousnesses is produced, conditioned by the sense realms. So how is it that they are motionless? The Buddha answered, all the sense realms are originally void. All consciousnesses are originally void. Being void, their natures are not subject to conditions. So how are they produced by conditions? Muju Bodhisattva retorted, if all the sense realms are void, then how can there be vision? The Buddha replied, vision is in fact deceptive. Why so? All the myriad of existing things are unproduced and signless. Originally they have no names for themselves, and are all void and calm. So too is this the case for all characteristics of dharmas. The bodies of all sentient beings are also just the same. And if even those bodies do not exist, then how much less so could vision? Muju Bodhisattva said, if all sense realms are void, all bodies are void, and all consciousnesses are void, then enlightenment too must be void. The Buddha replied, each and every enlightenment has a given nature that is neither destroyed nor annihilated. They are neither void nor non-void. for they are free from voidness or non-voidness. Muju Bodhisattva remarked, "It is the same too for all the sense realms. They are not marked by voidness, and yet they must be so marked." The Buddha assented, "So it is. The nature of all these sense realms are originally fixed. The bases of those fixed natures are not located anywhere." Muju Bodhisattva said, "Enlightenment is also the same. It is not located anywhere." The Buddha assented, "So it is, because enlightenment has no locus. It is pure. As it is pure, it is free from any semblance of such a limiting concept as enlightenment. As material things have no locus, they are pure. As they are pure, they are free from any such limiting concept as materiality." Muju Bodhisattva remarked, "The mind and the visual consciousness as well are similarly inconceivable." The Buddha said, "Yes, the mind and the visual consciousness as well are similarly inconceivable. Why is this? Materiality has no location. It is pure and nameless. It does not intrude into the internal sense bases. The visual base has no location. It is pure and sightless. It does not go out into the external sense objects. The mind has no location. It is pure and unsurpassed, and has no place where it is produced. Consciousness has no location. It is pure and motionless, not distinguished by conditions. Its nature is entirely void and calm. That nature is free from any semblance of enlightenment. But if one becomes enlightened, that nature too will then be enlightened, completing the process of actualizing enlightenment. O son of good family, once one awakens to the knowledge that there is no enlightenment, following Riti Young's interpretation in Kumgang Sammae Kyong, page 143, Wan Hyo clarifies that this realization refers to the wisdom produced by the actual enlightenment. Kumgang Sammae Kyong 2, page 979, A 27 through 28. Once one awakens to the knowledge that there is no enlightenment, all the consciousnesses then access enlightenment. Why is this? At the stage of adamantine knowledge, the path leading to liberation, Vimutti Marga, is eradicated. Once it is eradicated, you access the non-abiding stage of sublime enlightenment, where there is neither egress nor access, that stage of certitude where the mind has no locus. That stage is pure, like transparent beryl. In Buddhist texts, the nominal binom yuri, Chinese liu li, should be translated as beryl, from Pali veluriam, not the more common rendering of glass. See Edward Schaeffer, Combined Supplements to Matthews, SV, Liu Li, representing the great perfect mirror wisdom, Adarshana Jnana. That nature is constantly in equilibrium, like the great earth, representing the impartial wisdom, Samatha Jnana. Enlightened, sublime, contemplative examination, representing the subsequently obtained wisdom, Pratyavekshana Jnana, is like the effulgence of the sun of wisdom. Cf. the description of Pratyavekshana Jnana in Chiang Wei Shi Lun 10, Taisho Shinshu Daizokyo, 1585, 31, 56a, 21 through 25. One's ability to inspire others is perfected, and one gains original enlightenment. This is like the great rain of Dharma, representing the wisdom that has accomplished what was to be done. Kirti Anusthana Jnana. Accessing this knowledge is accessing the Buddha's stage of knowledge, the sublime enlightenment, where these 4 types of wisdom are perfected. For one who has accessed this stage of knowledge, none of the consciousnesses is produced. Wan Hyo interprets this paragraph in terms of the actualized enlightenment. This section elucidates the fact that all consciousnesses are unproduced. It seeks to explain that, originally, all the consciousnesses are produced in accordance with ignorance. Now, via the actualized enlightenment, these consciousnesses return to the fountainhead of the mind. And once they return to the fountainhead of the mind, none of the consciousnesses is then produced. Because the consciousnesses are not produced, the actualized element is perfectly complete. When the actualized element is complete, the 8 consciousnesses are not produced. This is because, to the extent that enlightenment is devoid of enlightenment, all the consciousnesses will not exist. And because, to the extent that the enlightenment is ultimate, one returns to the fountainhead of the mind. Hence the statement was made that all the consciousnesses then access enlightenment. Kumgang Sammae Kyong 2, page 979a 25b6. Muju Bodhisattva said, "The Tathāgata has explained that the sanctified dynamism of the One Enlightenment, in the stage of sublime enlightenment where the 4 vast wisdoms are perfected, are in fact the enlightened inspiration that is innate in all sentient beings. And why is this? Because these are present originally in the bodies of all sentient beings." Wan Hyo explains that the One Enlightenment is actually both the actualized and original enlightenments, which are non-dual, since the perfection of the actualized enlightenment is in fact identical to the original enlightenment. Wan Hyo then goes ahead to draw a tautology between the One Enlightenment, the Dharmakaya of the Buddhas, and the original enlightenment that is inherent in all sentient beings. That immanent original enlightenment is the enlightened inspiration that is innate in all sentient beings, which influences the minds of sentient beings to perform the 2 kinds of action, benefiting oneself and others. Kumgang Sammae Kyong 2, page 979, c. 17 through 25. Muju Bodhisattva asked, "If there is a sentient being who has yet to draw on the original inspiration, and who continues to have the desire to gather and accumulate mundane experiences, then how will he overcome that which is difficult to overcome?" The Buddha replied, "Whether discrimination and therewith the taints occur in mass or solitarily, if his spirit reverts, Ho-Sin, to abide in the cave of Voidness, he will overcome that which is difficult to overcome." This sentence is adapted from a citation to Udana-varga, Fa Chi Yao Sung Ching 4, Taisho Shinshu Daizokyo, 213, 4, 799, a 26 through 27, appearing in Mahayana Samgraha. See Shi Ta Shang Lun 2, Taisho Shinsho Daizokyo, 1593, 31, 119a, 18 through 19, noted by Liebenthal, page 364, though his citation to T, or Taisho Shinsho Daizotyo 212, is wrong. Liberated from the bonds of Mara, demonic forces personified, he will sit supernally on the open ground where the consciousnesses and the skandhas will be in a state of parinirvana. The phrase, sit supernally on the open ground, is cited also in Li Tai Fa Pao Chi, Taisho Shinsho Daizotyo 2075-51, 193a8. The Pao T'ang doxography, compiled in the late 8th century, and appears to derive from a passage in the Lotus Sutra, Miao Fa Lien Hua Qing, Taisho Shinshu Daizotyo 262, 9, 12c, 14-15. The entire sentence appears also in the biography of the Korean Seon monk, Sun Ji, around 858. See Chodang Chip, 20, page 356, c. 24-25. This exchange explains, according to Wan Hyo, the practices by which the hindrances are overcome. In technical terms, the counteracting path, or pratipaksha marga, and realization catalyzed. There are two benefits accruing from eradicating the hindrances. First is the fruition of bodhi, which transcends the 5 skandhas. In such an achievement, one sits at the bodhimanda and gains supreme enlightenment. Hence the statement, one will sit supernally on the open ground. Second, one realizes nirvana via this supreme enlightenment. One's enlightened understanding will then be free from any semblance of enlightenment, and all the consciousnesses will access nirvana. Hence the statement, the consciousnesses and skandhas will be in a state of parinirvana. Kumgang Sammae Kyong Ron 2, page 980a 7-25. Muju Bodhisattva remarked, the mind that gains nirvana is isolated and autonomous, lingering perpetually in nirvana. The mind perforce is liberated. The Buddha responded, lingering perpetually in nirvana is the bondage of nirvana. Why is this? Nirvana is the inspiration of original enlightenment, and that inspiration is originally nirvana. The enlightened aspects, bodhayanga, of nirvana, are in fact the aspects of original enlightenment. As the enlightened nature is undifferentiated, nirvana is undifferentiated. As enlightenment is originally unproduced, nirvana is unproduced. As enlightenment is originally free from extinction, nirvana is free from extinction. Because nirvana is innate, there is no attainment of nirvana. And if nirvana cannot be attained, then how can one linger therein? O son of good family, one who is enlightened need not linger in nirvana. Why is this? Enlightenment originally is unproduced. It is far removed from the maculations, mala, of sentient beings. Enlightenment is originally free of calmness. It is far removed from the agitation of nirvana, i.e., the presumption that there is a process by which nirvana is achieved. The mind of one who lingers at such a stage lingers nowhere. Free from both egress and access, it accesses the amala consciousness. Muju Bodhisattva asked, if the amala consciousness has some place where it can be accessed, does this mean it is something that is attained? That is, an attained Dharma? The Buddha replied, no, it does not. Why is this? It is like a deluded son who carries gold coins in his hands, but does not know that he has them. Roaming throughout all the 10 directions, he passes 50 years in poverty and destitution, hardship and suffering. Though he devotes all his efforts to eking out a living, he is unable to support himself. Seeing his son in such dire straits, his father tells him, "You're carrying around gold coins. Why don't you use them? Then you'll be free to satisfy your needs in every possible way." His son awakens and discovers the gold coins. His mind greatly joyous, he shouts, "I found the gold coins." His father replies, "My deluded son, you should not be elated at your good fortune. Those gold coins you found have always been in your possession. They are not something you've found, so how can you be happy?" As Liebenthal, page 363, note 3, notes, attempts to trace this simile to the allegory of the compassionate father and his ignorant sons in the Lotus Sutra are dubious. Liebenthal instead proposes to trace it to a simile in the Nirvana Sutra. Tapan Nye Pa'an Ching, 24. Taisho Shinsho Daizokyo, 374, 12, 510, B1. O son of good family, it is just the same with the Amala consciousness. It originally is not something from which you have departed. It is not something that has now been accessed. Even though in the past you were unaware of it, it was not non-existent. Even though now you have awakened to it, it is not accessed. Muju Bodhisattva asked, if that father knew his son was deluded, why did he wait until his son had spent 50 years roaming throughout the 10 directions in poverty and destitution, hardship and suffering, before he told him about the gold coins he was carrying? The Buddha replied, the passage of 50 years is but the agitation of a single moment of thought. Roaming throughout the 10 directions is but the fantasy of distant travel. The translation is tentative. Ri's rendering, Kumgang Sammae Kyong, page 153. One imagines this while assuming that there is nothing that is far off. Seems hardly plausible. Neither Wan Hyo, Yuan Cheng, or Chu Chen provides any gloss on the phrase that might guide the translation. Might this phrase have something to do with the mistaken belief that practice has to continue through a complex series of steps? Or perhaps it is intended simply to imply a spatial interpenetration to complement the temporal interpenetration expressed in the preceding line. Muju Bodhisattva asked, what is the agitation of a single moment of thought? The Buddha replied, the 5 skandhas all arise in the action of a single moment of thought. The purpose here is to explain that the 4 marks, samskrita lakshana, of production, subsistence, decay, and extinction, that are contained in a single moment of thought, include all of birth and death. Kumgang Sammae Kyong, 2, page 981, b 24 through 25. In the arising of the 5 skandhas, all 50 evils are contained. These 50 evils comprise a rather complex list, based on different dharmas associated with the 5 skandhas. Wan Hyo explains that the consciousness skandha has 8 evils, the 8 consciousnesses. Both feeling and perception skandhas have 8 apiece, the mental states, kaita or chaita, associated with mind, chitta samprayutta. The formations skandha has 9, 8 that are chitta samprayutta, and 1 that is dissociated from mind, chitta viprayutta. The form skandha has 17, 4 great elements, 13 derivative elements, 5 sense bases, 5 sense objects, and 3 kinds of rupa included in the Dharmadhatu. These make a total of 50 which are called evil, because they all flow counter to nirvana, and because they are in opposition to the genuine goodness of nirvana. Kumgang Sammae Kyong Ron 2, page 981 B25 through 981 C4. Muju Bodhisattva asked, "The fantasy of distant travel and roaming throughout the 10 directions, both these arise in a single moment of thought and include all the 50 evils. How can one prompt those sentient beings not to give rise to a single thought, so that the 50 evils will not arise?" The Buddha replied, "One should prompt those sentient beings to sit with their minds and spirits calm, abiding in the adamantine stage. Once thoughts are tranquilized so that nothing is produced, the mind will be constantly calm and serene. This is what is meant by the absence of even a single thought." Chu Chen, T'ung Sung Chi 6, page 260 C, construes this paragraph as presenting the major meditation technique of Vajra-Samadhi. He also relates it to various passages in Ch'an writings attributed to Bodhidharma, Sang Tsan, and Hui Neng to illustrate its affinities with Ch'an practice. Muju Bodhisattva said, "This is inconceivable. When one is enlightened to the fact that thoughts are unproduced, one's mind becomes calm and serene. That is the inspiration of original enlightenment. That inspiration is motionless. It exists in perpetuity and is not non-existent. But this does not mean that it is not non-existent, or that there is nothing to which it is not enlightened. Awakening to the knowledge that there is no enlightenment is the original inspiration and original enlightenment. Enlightenment is pure and immaculate, perdurable and unchanging. Because its nature is fixed, it is inconceivable." The Buddha replied, "So it is." After Muju Bodhisattva heard these words, he gained what he had never had before, and recited gathas. The Lord is the Lord of great enlightenment. He explains the Dharma that produces no thought, the mind that is free of thoughts and is unproduced. The mind endures in perpetuity and is never extinguished. The inspirations of one enlightenment and original enlightenment inspire all those who are endowed with original enlightenment. It is like he who recovered gold coins, but what he recovered was in fact not recovered at all. At that time the congregation heard these words and all gained prajna paramita, which is the inspiration of original enlightenment. Chapter 5. Approaching the Edge of Reality. At that point, the Tathāgata made this statement. According to Wan Hyo, this chapter explains the absolute true thusness aspect of the one mind, complementing the phenomenal aspect, which was covered in the preceding chapter. I asked the reader's patience during the portions of this chapter that bracket the discussion of the two accesses and guarding the one. The extant recensions seem corrupt here, and their readings are often difficult to render intelligibly. I have relied heavily on Wan Hyo's exegesis in attempting to bring some sense to these sections, but not always with the greatest success. It appears to me that much of this chapter is intended to provide a medium in which to embed these two Ch'an teachings, and little more. At that point, the Tathāgata made this statement. All bodhisattvas and the rest of the congregation who have been deeply affected by the original inspiration are sentient beings who are worthy of salvation. If later, that is, after the Buddha's parinirvana, after the end of the orthodox Dharma age, or during the last and most degenerate of the 500-year periods leading up to the demise of Buddhism. Kumgang Sammae Kyong 2, page 982, B29, C1. If later, during an inappropriate time, when beings are neither innocent nor mature, when enlightenment does not come easily, and when heterodox views are rampant. Kumgang Sammae Kyong 2, page 982, C 2 through 3. If later, during an inappropriate time, one were to preach the Dharma accordingly, it would be neither timely nor beneficial. Speech that is neither accordant nor discordant. Accordant means speech that accords with the principle. Discordant means speech that obstructs the production of faith. To avoid any potential clinging to the principle or any obstruction of right faith, one should use speech that is neither accordant nor discordant. Kumgang Sammae Kyong 2, page 982, C 6 through 11. Speech that is neither accordant nor discordant, neither identical nor different. Identical means to speak in accordance with the view that existence is real, creating a difference with the view that voidness is real. Since such identities and differences only exacerbate doctrinal controversies, one should speak in a way that is neither identical nor different. Kumgang Sammae Kyong 2, page 982, C 11 through 15. Speech that is neither accordant nor discordant, neither identical nor different, would be speech that accords with thusness. Such speech guides all affective knowledge so that it flows into the sea of sarvajna, all knowledge. It prevents the assembly that is capable of salvation from being swept away. A free rendering for the logograph up, to pour, to extract. Wan Hyo glosses it by ch'im, measuring or conjecture, and says that it has the meaning of grasping. Kumgang Sammae Kyong 2, page 982, C 24 through 25. It prevents the assembly that is capable of salvation from being swept away by the empty breeze of the sense realms, and prompts them to aspire for the spiritual cavern. Following Wan Hyo's interpretation of the logograph so, multitude, nearly, which he glosses as huimang, hope, aspiration. Kumgang Sammae Kyong 2, page 982, C 28. And following the Wan Hyo and Kai Pao recensions, Koryo 2 Taisho replaces Kong, cavern, with the near homographic yu, milk, which might be better considering its characterization as having a single taste. See Vajra-Samadhi, page 369, B5, note 5. Wan Hyo explains, spiritual cavern refers to the cave of spiritually perfected beings, which is far away from the cities, an uneventful place of tranquility and longevity. It is a simile for great nirvana, the immortal refuge. Kumgang Sammae Kyong 2, pages 982 C 28 through 983 A1. Which has but a single taste, because it is calm and equanimous. The world is not the world. An abiding place, nirvana, is not a refuge. In withdrawing from or accessing the five voidnesses, infra, one who has realized voidness neither clings to nor rejects anything. Why is this? All dharmas are marked by voidness. The dharma nature is not non-existent, but that which lacks non-existence, i.e., the principle of the Dharma nature is not non-existent, in that it is not rejected by the practitioner. And that which is not non-existent is not existent, for it is not clung to by the practitioner. As it has no fixed nature, it does not linger in either existence or non-existence. Neither ordinary nor sanctified knowledge is distressed by existence or non-existence. Following the Kai Pao and 3 editions reading, Vajra-Samadhi, page 369, note 7. Once all you bodhisattvas and everyone else are aware of this inspiration, you will attain bodhi. If a bodhisattva who has yet to achieve the bhumis knows that the Dharma nature is neither existent nor non-existent, he will then attain full enlightenment at the moment of the generation of the thought of enlightenment. Bodhicittotpada. Kumgang Sammae Kyong Ron 2, page 983a, 25-26. At that time there was a bodhisattva in the assembly named Taeryok, great power, or Mahabala. Arising from his seat, he came before the Buddha and addressed him, saying, Lord, as you have said, in withdrawing from or accessing the 5 voidnesses, one neither clings to nor rejects anything. How is it that there is no clinging or rejection with regard to the 5 voidnesses? The Buddha replied, Bodhisattva, the 5 voidnesses are: 1. The 3 realms of existence are void. 2. The shadows, i.e. the karmic effects of the 6 destinies, hell denizens, animals, hungry ghosts, humans, asuras, and gods, are void. 3. The characteristics of dharmas, the 4 samskrita lakshanas of production, subsistence, decay, and extinction, are void. 4. Names and characteristics are void. 5. The objects of the mind and consciousnesses are void. According to Won-hyo, the first 2 of the 5 types of voidnesses are intended to counter the deception that phenomenal objects, which are the objects of clinging, are real. The latter 3 are designed to counter the deceptions produced by the consciousnesses that are the catalysts for that clinging. Kumgang Sammae Kyong Ron 2, page 983b, 26-29. Bodhisattva. These kinds of voidness may be void, but they do not linger in voidness. For voidness is not marked by voidness. And how can dharmas that are signless involve either clinging or rejection? Accessing that place which is free from clinging is identical to accessing the 3 voidnesses. Taeryok Bodhisattva asked, What are the 3 voidnesses? The Buddha replied, The 3 voidnesses are: 1. The characteristic of voidness is also void. 2. The voidness of voidness is also void. 3. That which is voided is also void. According to Won-hyo, the first of these 3 types of voidnesses shows that rejecting the reality of mundane objects, characteristic of voidness, is in turn to be rejected as well, thereby reconciling absolute truth with conventional truth. The second type suggests that descriptions of existence or non-existence made according to conventional truth are also to be rejected. This reconciles conventional truth with absolute truth. The last demonstrates that both of the 2 preceding accounts of the significance of voidness are also void. This fuses both conventional and absolute truth into a single truth and reveals the one Dharma Dhatu, or Il-popki, which is the one mind. Kumgang Sammae Kyong Ron 2, page 983, c. 8-26. These kinds of voidness do not subsist in the 3 characteristics. Won-hyo glosses the 3 characteristics as conventional, absolute, and neither. Kumgang Sammae Kyong Ron 2, page 983, c. 27-28. And they are not devoid of true reality because they lead to the revelation of what is real. Eradicating the pathways of words and speech is inconceivable. Taeryok Bodhisattva said, If they are not devoid of true reality, then it must be assumed that they do in fact exist. The Buddha retorted, Non-existence does not linger in non-existence. Existence does not linger in existence. This line is omitted in the Won-hyo and Kai-pao recensions. Vajra-Samadhi, page 396, B19, note 9. Neither is non-existent or existent. A non-existent Dharma does not in fact linger in non-existence. A characteristic that is not non-existent does not in fact linger in existence. One may not refer successfully to the principle in terms of either existence or non-existence. Bodhisattva. That characteristic which has neither name or meaning is inconceivable. Why is this? The name that is nameless is not without name. The meaning that is meaningless is not without meaning. Tayeriyot Bodhisattva said, Such names and meanings are true and are characterized by thusness. They are the Tathāgata's characteristic of thusness. Thusness does not linger in thusness. Thusness has no characteristic of thusness, because its characteristic is to be free from thusness. But it is not that it has not come thusly, Tathāgata. As far as the mental characteristics of sentient beings are concerned, those characteristics are identical to the Tathāgata. Hence, the minds of sentient beings should also be free from any discrete sense realms. The Buddha said, So it is. The mind of sentient beings are actually free from any discrete sense realms. Why is that? It is because the mind is originally pure, in the principle unsullied. It is due to being soiled by the dust of sensory objects that this world comes to be called the three realms of existence. The mind that is involved in these three realms of existence comes to be called the discrete sense realms. The sense realms are empty and false, and are projections of the mind. If the mind is free from deception, then there will be no discrete sense realms. The mind is originally pure in the principle unsullied, represents original enlightenment. Soiled by the dust of sensory objects, this world comes to be called the three realms of existence, represents the common state of unenlightenment. If the mind is free from deception, then there will be no discrete sense realms. This represents the stage of the actualized enlightenment, which takes one from unenlightenment back to original enlightenment. Kumgang Sammae Kyong 2, page 984, c. 6 through 15. Tayeriyot Bodhisattva remarked, If the mind remains pure, no sense objects will arise. When this mind is pure, the three realms of existence will perforce no longer exist. Bodhisattvas from the first bhumi onward have a realization of original purity. Therefore, in accordance with their attainment, the three realms of existence vanish. The phenomenal characteristics of the three realms vanish on the first bhumi, or alternatively the eighth bhumi. The own nature of the three realms vanishes at the stage of equal enlightenment. The habit energies, vasana, of the three realms vanish only on attaining the stage of sublime enlightenment. Kumgang Sammae Kyong 2, page 984, c. 22 through 26. The Buddha responded, So it is, Bodhisattva. If the mind does not produce sense objects, those sense objects will not produce mind. Why is this? All visible objects are nothing but the mind that sees them. If the mind does not illusorily project them, there will be no visual objects. Bodhisattva, if sentient beings have no existence internally, and the three natures, internal, external, and medial, are void and calm, there then will be no personal aggregation, viz., things involving oneself, or impersonal aggregation, viz., things separate from oneself. Even the two accesses will also not produce mind. For one who has been so inspired, there will then be no three realms of existence. If sentient beings have no existence internally, This is because on the level of the 10 abidings, one realizes the voidness of the internal sense of self, Pudgala. The three natures are void and calm. This is because on the level of the 10 practices, one realizes the voidness of the internal dharmas. There then will be no personal aggregation or impersonal aggregation. This is because at the level of the 10 transferences, one gains the equanimous voidness, which rejects totally all such personal and impersonal aggregations. One gains the equanimous voidness, which rejects totally all such personal and impersonal aggregations, or persons and dharmas. Kumgang Sammae Kyong Ron 2, page 985, A 4-7. Taeryot Bodhisattva asked, "What is meant by your statement, the two accesses will also not produce mind?" The mind is originally unproduced, so how can there be an access to it? The Buddha replied, "There are two accesses. The first is called the access of principle, Iyip. The second is called the access of practice, Hayengnip. Access of principle means one has deep faith that sentient beings are not different from the true nature, and thus are neither identical nor counterpoised. Counterpoised, Kong, may be a mistake for different, I, or I. The top portion of the latter logograph somehow having been deleted. This emendation is not corroborated in any of the recensions, however. This true nature is obscured and obstructed merely by adventitious sense objects. Without either going or coming, one abides frozen in inattentive contemplation, Ungju Kakwan. Attentive contemplation, Kakwan, replaces Bodhidharma's renowned but problematic term, wall contemplation, Pikwan. The precise denotation of this term as used in Vajrasamadhi is somewhat unclear, since Kakwan, Chinese Chue Kuan, as the Devandva, attentive in contemplation, is the equivalent in older Chinese translations of thought and imagination, Vitarka Vikara, the scourge of any meditation deeper than the first dhyana. Wan Hyo's interpretation seeks to give the term a rather more salutary connotation, taking it as attention and examination, or attentive examination. Kak Cha'al, Chinese Chue Cha'a, adopting the rendering of Vitarka Vikara used in the translation of the Lankavatara. See discussion in Mizuno, page 53, and for the Lankavatara's translation of Vitarka Vikara as Chue Kuan. See Suzuki Studies, page 442, ad log. All in all, Vajrasamadhi's gloss seems to suggest that wall contemplation is a form of detached but nevertheless vigilant awareness, in which the adept remains constantly focused on the utter ineffability of the Buddha nature. This is extremely close, as we shall see, to Vajrasamadhi's interpretation of guarding the One. There is also an interesting allusion to Hui Su's, from 515 to 576, Sui Zui Sanmei, to a type of samadhi that combines the Vajrasamadhi and wall contemplation. This is the Adamantine wall samadhi, Chin Kang Pi Ting Sanmei. Hui Su's explication of this samadhi grows on the same Agama story of Sariputra's attack by a demon that we mentioned in treating the Vajrasamadhi in Part 1, Chapter 3. The power of the Vajrasamadhi, what Hui Su terms instead Adamantine wall samadhi, was such that Sariputra was completely unaware he had been struck a deadly blow over the head by a demon, illustrating that samadhi's ability to leave one totally senseless to the external world. Somewhat the same connotation is brought about in the reference to abiding frozen, in either wall contemplation or attentive contemplation, in the two corresponding passages of Vajra-Samadhi and Erju Su Sing Lun. See Sui Zu I Sanmei 1, ZZ, or Dai Nihon Zoku Zotio, 1, 98, 350D, 51A, discussed in Jorgensen, Long Scroll, page 194, and McRae, page 306, note 21. One contemplates according to truth, Che'egwan, that the Buddha nature is neither existent nor non-existent. It is neither self nor others, and is no different in either ordinary person or sage. It abides firmly without wavering in the state of the adamantine mind, calm, quiet, inactive, and free from discrimination. This is called the access of principle. The access of practice means that the mind has no bias or inclination. Its shadows, the sense objects, are free from flux. Whatever the mind finds itself, its tranquil thoughts seek nothing. It is not buffeted by the winds of the sense realms, and remains still like the great earth. It rejects any notions of mind and self, and rescues sentient beings. It is not subject to production and has no characteristics, and is free from both clinging and rejection. Bodhisattva, the mind that has realized the principle, is free from either egress or access. As the mind is free from either egress or access, accesses without accessing anything. I therefore referred to access. Bodhisattva, the characteristic of that Dharma which in this wise accesses the Dharma, is not void. In the Dharma that is not void, that Dharma is not frivolously discarded. Why is this? Those dharmas which are not existent are replete with all meritorious qualities. They are neither mind nor its shadows. They are naturally, niyati, pure. Te'eriat Bodhisattva asked, what is meant by this statement, they are neither mind nor its shadows, they are naturally pure? The Buddha replied, the Dharma that is void, and thus is neither one of the dharmas of mind and consciousness, i.e. the 8 consciousnesses, nor one of the dharmas that drive the mind, i.e. the 6 classes of mental concomitants, chayeta. That Dharma is not marked by voidness. That Dharma is not marked by materiality. That Dharma is not one of the dharmas dissociated from mind, chitta viprayutta samskara. It is not a Dharma that accords with the unconditioned quality of the mind. It is neither a shadow that is cast, viz. A sense object projected by the mind, nor the mind that projects sense objects. It has no nature of its own and is not discrete. It is neither name, characteristic, nor object, artha. Why is this? Because that Dharma is thus. Those dharmas that are not thus also do not lack thusness, and dharmas that do not exist do not lack thusness. But it is wrong to claim that there exists any dharma that lacks thusness. The transliteration of these 2 sentences is tentative. Wan Hyo's interpretation seeks to force exactly the opposite sense from the passage. Kumgang Sammae Kyong 2, page 968, A 7-9. Why is this? The Dharma of the fundamental principle is neither principle nor fundamental. It is far removed from all controversy and manifests no characteristics. Bodhisattva, the production of this sort of pure Dharma is not produced by production, for its essence is unproduced. Its extinction is not extinguished by non-extinction, for its essence is unextinguished. Te'eriot Bodhisattva remarked, this is inconceivable. Such characteristics of dharmas are produced neither in combination, i.e., they are not mind or mental characteristics, which are always produced in association with each other, nor independently, for they have no own nature and are not differentiated. They are neither bridled, for they are neither name nor object, nor bound, for they are not associated with the senses. They are neither amassed, vis materiality, nor scattered, vis voidness. They are neither produced nor extinguished. They are free from any characteristic of either coming or going. This is inconceivable. The Buddha said, "So it is inconceivable. The inconceivable mind, that mind is also thus." Why is this? Thusness is not different from the mind, for the mind is originally thus. Sentient beings in the Buddha nature are neither one nor different. The natures of sentient beings are originally free from both production and extinction. This nature of production and extinction, that nature is originally nirvana. The nature of sentient beings and the characteristics of production and extinction are originally thus, for thusness is motionless. No characteristics of dharmas are generated by conditions, for the nature of this characteristic of generation, utpada lakshana, is to be thus and motionless. The characteristics of conditionality, those characteristics are originally void and non-existent. As each and every condition is void, there is no conditioned generation, pratitya samutpada. All conditioned dharmas are the illusory visions of the deluded mind. Their appearance is originally unproduced, since the conditions that produce them are originally non-existent. The thusness of the mind, that principle of dharma, its self-essence is void and non-existent. It is like king space. King space is the so-called dharma of space, which is the support of all materiality, in the same way that a king is the support of all his subjects. Hence, space is said to be king space. Kumgang Sammae Kyong 2, page 986, c. 9 through 11. It is like king space, which originally has no abode. The minds of ordinary people wrongly perceive all-encompassing space as differentiated into this space and that space. That characteristic of thusness originally neither exists nor does not exist. The characteristics of existence and non-existence are perceived only by the mind and consciousness. Bodhisattva. So too is it with the nature of the mind. It is not devoid of self-essence, but that self-essence is also not existent, for non-existence is actually not non-existent. Bodhisattva. Those characteristics of both non-existence and not non-existence are not part of the stage of speech and language. Why is this? The Dharma of true thusness is empty, vacant, and signless. It is not something that may be reached by dualities. Following the Wanhyo and Kaipao recensions, Koryo 2 and Taisho has, it is not reached by two-vehicle adherence, which is also plausible. Vajra-Samadhi, page 370, A11, note 2. Such as thought and imagination, vitarka vikara, or vitarka vichara. The realm of emptiness cannot be fathomed by either those inside or outside the Buddhist religion. Only a master of the 6 practices may come to know of them. Te'eriok Bodhisattva asked, "What are these 6 practices? I beg of you to explain them." The Buddha replied, "First is the practice of the 10 faiths. Second is the practice of the 10 abidings. Third is the practice of the 10 practices. Fourth is the practice of the 10 transferences. Fifth is the practice of the 10 bhumis. Sixth is the practice of equal enlightenment. One who practices these sorts of practices may then come to know the realm of emptiness. This is the expanded outline of the Marga, as found in such Chinese apocryphal compositions as Pu Sa, Yinglo Penye Qing, Fan Wang Qing, and Zhen Wang Qing. Wan Hyo himself notes that the outline of this Marga comes from Pu Sa Yinglo Penye Qing, and its full explication appears in Avatamsaka Sutra. He then correlates the first 4 stages of this Marga, the 10 faiths through the 10 transferences, with the access of principle in the latter 2, the 10 bhumis and equal enlightenment, with the access of practice. Kumgang Sammae Kyong, Ron 2, page 987, A 16 through 18. Teeriot Bodhisattva asked, "The enlightened inspiration of the edge of reality has neither egress nor access. Through what sort of dharma or thought does one approach the edge of reality?" The Buddha replied, "The dharma of the edge of reality, that dharma has no limit. The mind that is limitless thence approaches the edge of reality." Teeriot Bodhisattva asked, "The knowledge of this limitless mind, that knowledge is boundless. The boundless mind, that mind gains autonomy. Autonomous knowledge gains access to the edge of reality. This is also the case for ordinary persons, feeble-minded sentient beings, that is, those whose mind are subject to severe panting, ch'on, wan hyo, the panting, ch'on or chuan, of the mind. The mind that is startled is not at rest, and one's inhalations and exhalations become extremely rapid. This is panting. It is used as a simile for the agitation of the 6 sensory consciousnesses, which are never at rest. Kumgang Sammae Kyong, Ron 2, page 987, B 16 through 17. See also Yuan Chiang's comments in Chu Chie 3, page 208a, who seeks to trace the idea of panting to the Lankavatara Sutra. Panting appears commonly in early Chinese translations of dhyana texts. One of the An Shi Kao translations associates panting with the rapid breath that accompanies the onset of the dying process. See Ma I Ching. Taisho Shinsho Daizotyo 732, 17, 533 B14. Panting is also equated with distracted thought in Chu Fa Hu's translation. See Fa Kuan Ching, Taisho Shinsho Daizotyo 611, 15, 241 A24. Through what dharma may they control that panting, steady their minds, and gain access to the edge of reality? The Buddha replied, "Bodhisattva, this panting of the mind is driven both internally by the sense of self that is a product of the klista mano-vijnana, and externally by the sense realms. Bodhisattva, this panting of the mind is driven both internally by the sense of self that is a product of the klishta mano-vijnana, and externally by the sense realms. The defilements, klesa, flow along following those impulsions, until their drips, their manifestations, samudakara, become a seed. The heavenly winds," following Wan Hyo's reading, Kumgang Sammae Kyong, Ron 2, page 987 B13. All other editions read the near homograph te, great, for ch'on, heavenly. See Vajra-Samadhi, page 370 A22. These heavenly winds of the passions buffet the sea of the proclivities, anusaya, creating the waves of the 7 consciousnesses, thereby startling the great dragon of ignorance. Because the mind is startled and alarmed, one begins to pant severely. The glosses for this simile are drawn from Wan Hyo, Kumgang Sammae Kyong, 2, page 987b. Bodhisattva. One should urge those sentient beings to preserve the three and guard the one, in order to access the Tathāgata dhyāna, the last and most profound of the four types of dhyāna mentioned in the Lankavatara Sutra, in which the person is able to go out into the world to aid sentient beings, while still maintaining the full depth of his concentration. See Lang Chi Ching 2, Taisho Shinsho Daizokyo 670, 16, 492, A 22 through 24, and Taisheng Ju Lang Chi Ching 3, Taisho Shinsho 672, 16, 602, A 12. Suzuki translation, pages 85 through 86. It is discussed in Suzuki's Studies of the Lankavatara, pages 367 through 68. Due to this concentrated absorption, their minds will come to be free of panting. Te'eriok Bodhisattva asked, "What do you mean by preserve the three and guard the one in order to access the Tathāgata dhyāna?" The Buddha replied, "Preserve the three means to preserve the three liberations. Guard the one means to guard the thusness of the one mind. Access the Tathāgata dhyāna means the noumenal contemplation, or idwan, on the thusness of the mind. Accessing such a state is in fact what is meant by approaching the edge of reality." Te'eriok Bodhisattva asked, "What exactly are these three liberations? Through what dharma may one enter this noumenal contemplation, samadhi?" The Buddha replied, "The three liberations are void liberation, adamantine liberation, and prajna liberation. The mind that engages in noumenal contemplation means that once the mind is pure in accordance with the principle, there is then nothing that cannot be the mind." Te'eriok Bodhisattva asked, "How do you perform this act of preservation? How does one contemplate it?" The Buddha answered, "Preservation is put into operation when mind and objects are non-dual. Whether withdrawing from or accessing internal or external practices, these remain non-dual. Internal practice is the practice of calm radiance, which is generally through accessing contemplation. External practice is the practice of transforming objects, which occurs through withdrawing from contemplation. Whether withdrawing or accessing, one does not lose the middle way. Hence the statement, 'These remain non-dual.' This is as has been explained in the 10 Transferences section of the Penye Ching, Kumgang Sammae Kyong, 2, page 988, b 4 through 6. For the passage from the Pusa Yinglo Penye Ching, see Taisho Shinsho Daizokyo 1485, 24, 1014, a 7 through 14. One does not dwell on any particular characteristic, and the mind is free from gain or loss. The mind purified flows freely into the one and many bhumi. The one and many, literally one and not one, bhumi. This is an alternate name for the first bhumi. This is because the first bhumi is in fact the 10 bhumis, for in one moment one may suddenly access the 10 types of dharma dhatus. The 10 bhumis are in fact the first bhumi, for they may all be directly accessed through this initial gate of the first bhumi. Owing to the fact that the 10 bhumis are in fact the first bhumi is called the one. But because the first bhumi is in fact the 10 bhumis, it is many. Consequently, the first bhumi is called the one and many bhumi. Kumgang Sammae Kyong, 2, page 988, b 19 through 23. All of this is what is meant by contemplate it. Bodhisattva, such a person does not linger over any dualistic characteristics. Although he does not go forth into homelessness, pravrajita, he is no longer part of the household. For this reason, while he does not wear the Dharma robes and neither observes all the pratimaksha precepts, monks' disciplinary rules, nor participates in the posada, fortnightly religious observance, he does not engage in personal licentiousness in his own mind and obtains the fruition of sainthood. He does not linger over either of the two vehicles, but accesses the bodhisattva path. Subsequently, he will contemplate all the bhumis and attain the bodhi of the Buddhas. Subsequently, he will complete all the bhumis and attain the bodhi of the Buddhas. Theariot Bodhisattva remarked, "This is inconceivable. Even though such a person has not gone forth into homelessness, he cannot but have gone forth. Why is this? He has entered the domicile of nirvana, where he dons the robe of the Tathāgatas and sits on the Bodhi seat, Bodhimanda. Such a person should be worshipped respectfully even by sramanas, religious mendicants." The Buddha said, "So it is. Why is this? Accessing the domicile of nirvana, the mind transcends," literally single, il. This word is missing in the Koryo-2 Taisho recension and is added following the Wanhyo Kai Pao in 3 editions, Vajra-Samadhi, page 370, B13, note 11. Following the Koryo-2 Taisho reading, no alternate readings are given by the Taisho editors. Wanhyo recension reads, "Ki, to activate, for wall, to transcend." Kumgang Sammae Kyong 2, page 988, C14. The 3 realms of existence, or accessing the domicile of nirvana, the mind transcends the 3 realms of existence. Liebenthal, page 366, in note 2, traces this phrase to allusions in Paramartha's translation of Shi Pa K'un Lun, T, or Taisho Shinsho Daizotyo 1616, though I believe the page and line numbers are miscited. Apparently, he means to refer to Taisho Shinsho Daizotyo 1616, 31, 861, C28, and A62, A1. Donning the robe of the Tathāgatas, he accesses the sight of the voidness of dharmas. Seated on the Bodhi seat, he ascends to the unique bhumi, literally single, il, or il. This work, or perhaps maybe means word, is missing in the Koryo-2 Taisho recension and is added following the Wanhyo Kai Pao in 3 editions, Vajra-Samadhi, page 370, B13, note 11. Seated on the Bodhi seat, he ascends to the unique bhumi of right enlightenment. The mind of such a person transcends the 2 types of belief in selfhood, i.e. believing in the selfhood of the individual person and of dharmas. So why wouldn't the sramanas worship him respectfully? Theariot Bodhisattva remarked, "Adherents of the 2 vehicles do not see such a unique bhumi or the sea of voidness." The Buddha responded, "So it is. 2 vehicle adherents savor samadhi and gain the samadhi body, i.e. they are attached to the trance of extinction, or nirodha samapatti. With regard to that unique bhumi in the sea of voidness, they become like alcoholics who stay drunk and never sober up. Continuing through numerous kalpas or eons, they remain unable to gain enlightenment. But once the liquor has worn off and they finally awaken, they will then be able to cultivate these practices and eventually gain the body of a Buddha." This simile is adapted from Lankavatara Sutra. It is like a drunkard whose liquor wearing off later awakens. He gains the supreme essence of Buddhahood, which is my true Dharma body. Ju Leng Chi Ching 4, Taisho Shinsho The Sanskrit is somewhat different as rendered by Suzuki, translation, page 116, verse 210. Like unto the drunkard who, being awakened from his intoxication, regains his intelligence. Thus Ravakas will have the realization of the Buddha's truth, which is his own body. From the moment that such a person abandons the status of ichantika, rekantika, a person who is blocked from attaining enlightenment, he may access the 6 practices. On those stages of practice, his mind is purified in a single moment of thought, and he gains absolute clarity and brightness. The power of his adamantine knowledge renders him a Vaivartika, not subject to spiritual retrogression. He ferries sentient beings across to liberation, and has inexhaustible friendliness and compassion. Vajrasamadhi's correlation of the ekantika or ichantika with 2 vehicle adherents who are hopelessly attached to samadhi is without parallel in other scriptures, so far as I am aware. Mahayana texts have, however, frequently equated ekantikas or ichantikas with hinayanists, as for example, Lakavantara-sutra, Suzuki, translation, page 59. The Mahayana conception of ekantika is discussed by Suzuki in his companion volume, Studies of the Lankavatara-sutra, or Studies in the Lankavatara, pages 217 through 21, and see the citations to other Mahayana texts in Takasaki Jikido, a study on the Ratna Gatra Vibhaga, introduction, page 40, and translation, page 205. A study on the Ratna Gotra Vibhaga, introduction, page 40, and translation, page 205. Theariok Bodhisattva said, "But such a person would not need to maintain the codes of morality, and thus should be reproached by the Sramanas." The Buddha replied, "I explain moral codes to you because of your unwholesome actions and haughtiness, and because of the waves and swells, the first 7 consciousnesses, which disturb the calm surface of the sea, the innate purity of the mind. Once the mind ground has realized the voidness of dharmas, its sea of the 8th consciousness is limpid and the flow of its 9th consciousness is pure. The winds of the sense realms cannot buffet them, so waves and swells do not arise." Cf. the simile of waves and water in Ta Sheng Ch'i Hisin Lun, Taisho Shinsho Daizotyo 1666, 32, 476c. The nature of the moral codes is equanimous and void. The Sravakas who hold fast to them are deluded and confused. For a person who knows the true nature of the precepts, the 7th and 6th consciousnesses will not be produced, and all origination of mind and mental concomitants ceases, for he achieves the meditative absorption engendered by accessing the principle. Remaining close to the 3 Buddhas, infra, he arouses the thought of Bodhi. His mind, which conforms with the Dharma of the one mind, mysteriously accesses the 3 types of signlessness, for he has perfected the access of practice, and has eradicated ignorance. He deeply reveres the Triratna, and does not neglect his dignified demeanor, Iryapatha. All those Sramanas will have to venerate him. Bodhisattva. That human-hearted person will not linger over any worldly dharmas, whether active, leading to rebirth in the heavens of the desire realm, or motionless, leading to rebirth in the form and formless realms. Rather, he will access the 3 types of voidness and extinguish the mind that is involved with the 3 realms of existence. Theariok Bodhisattva asked, "That virtuous one arouses the thought of Bodhi at the sight of the 3 Buddhas, that is, 1. The Buddha endowed with all meritorious qualities, who has brought to fruition the process of the actualization of enlightenment. 2. The Tathāgatagarbha Buddha. The term Tathāgatagarbha Buddha appears only in Vajra-Samadhi and another suspected Korean apocryphal composition, Sok Mahayön Ron, cf. Kwan 10, Taisho Shinsho Daizokyo 1668, 32, 667, c. 21-22, which reads the Tathāgatagarbha Buddha of original enlightenment. The original enlightenment innate in all sentient beings. And 3. The corporeal Buddha. He accesses the 3 codes of morality, see Chapter 6, Infra, but does not linger over their characteristics. He extinguishes all the thoughts of the 3 realms of existence, but does not reside in that calm place. Not forsaking the assembly that is capable of salvation, he re-enters the untamed stage of ordinary sentient beings. It is inconceivable. At that time, Sariputra rose from his seat, came forward, and recited these gathas. He perfects the sea of prajna, and does not dwell in the city of nirvana, just as the exotic lotus blossom does not grow in the high plains. Taken from the Wei Mo Chie So Shuo Ching, or Vermalakirti Nirdesa, 2. Taisho Shinsho Daizokyo 475, 14, 549 b6, cf. Robert Thurman's translation, The Holy Teaching of Vimalakirti, page 66. The locus classicus for this metaphor is Dhammapada, Pupvavaga, verses 58 and 59. All the Buddhas over immeasurable kalpas did not forsake all the defilements. Only after saving the world did they gain nirvana, like the lotus rising from the mud. Just as those 6 levels of practice are what are cultivated by the bodhisattvas, so too are those 3 types of voidness, the true path to bodhi. Whether I now linger in the tranquility of nirvana or not, it will be just as the Buddha has explained. I will return again to this place whence I came, and discard this body only after I have completed all the bodhisattva practices. Furthermore, I will urge all sentient beings to join with me in pursuing the same vow, and not remain apart. May those who came before or will come afterward all be encouraged to climb to right enlightenment. At that time the Buddha proclaimed to Sariputra, "This is inconceivable. You are certain to complete later on the path to Bodhi. Innumerable sentient beings will transcend the sea of birth and death." At that time the great assembly of Mahayanists all awakened to Bodhi, and all the lesser assembly of Hinayanists together accessed the sea of the 5 voidnesses. Chapter 6. The Voidness of the True Nature. At that time, Sariputra addressed the Buddha, saying, "Lord, the cultivation of the Bodhisattva path is free from either names or characteristics. The 3 codes of morality do not demand a dignified demeanor." This sentence provides the tie-in with the statement toward the end of the previous chapter. He accesses the 3 codes of morality but does not linger over their characteristics. Vajrasamadhi, chapter 5, after note 83. See discussion at Kumgang Sammae Kyong Ron 3, page 990, c. 8-9. How should we receive and keep these codes so that we may then preach them to sentient beings? I beg that the Buddha may proclaim this for us, out of his compassion. The Buddha replied, "O son of good family, may you now listen well, and I will proclaim this for you. O son of good family, both wholesome and unwholesome dharmas are projections of the mind. All the sense realms, Wanhyo glosses these instead of the 6 destinies: hell denizens, hungry ghosts, animals, humans, asuras, gods. Kumgang Sammae Kyong, Ron 3, page 990, c20. All of the sense realms are but the discriminations of ratiocination and verbalization. Control this discrimination through one-pointedness of mind, and all conditioning will be brought to an end. Why is this? O son of good family, the one original enlightenment which is the basis of the 3 moral codes, originally is not generated, because it is fundamentally calm and tranquil. The functioning of the 3 moral codes is inoperative. Abiding in that thus-like principle, the gates leading to the 6 destinies are closed, and the 4 conditions that accord with thusness become imbued with the 3 moral codes. Sariputra asked, how is it that the 4 conditions that accord with thusness become imbued with the 3 moral codes? The Buddha replied, the 4 conditions are: 1. The condition that keeps the precepts through the power of the cessation engendered by analytical consideration, Prati-samkhya Nirodha, or Tathāgatagarbha. It is the moral code that maintains both the discipline and the deportments. 2. The condition that is originated and generated through the power of the pure basis of original inspiration. It is the moral code that accumulates wholesome dharmas. 3. The condition that is the power of the great compassion of original wisdom. It is the moral code that aids all sentient beings. These 3 moral codes are common in Yogacara and Yogacara-influenced literature, and have been adopted frequently in Sinitic Buddhist Apocrypha. See discussion in Part 1, Chapter 4, Reductionist Tendencies section. 4. The condition that is the power of the penetrative knowledge of the One Enlightenment. It accords with abiding in thusness. These are called the 4 conditions. This list of 4 conditions is peculiar to Vajrasamadhi, or Vajra-Samadhi-sutra. Wanhyo explains, the 4 conditions. This means that within the one mind's inspiration of original enlightenment is contained 4 powerful functions, which act as the conditions for the 3 moral codes. These are: 1. The condition that is based on extinction, 2. The condition based on production, 3. The condition based on absorption, 4. The condition based on separation. 1. Based on extinction means that the meritorious qualities inherent in original enlightenment, which are engendered by the tranquility of the nature, are diametrically opposed in their own natures to all the defilements. It is by means of this condition that one is able to perfect the moral conduct that maintains both the discipline and deportments. 2. Based on production means that the meritorious qualities inherent in original enlightenment, which are engendered by the wholesomeness of the nature, completely harmonize in their own natures with the wholesome faculties, kusala mula. It is by means of this condition that one is able to perfect the moral conduct that accumulates wholesome dharmas. 3. Based on absorption means that great compassion produced in the nature, which is inherent in original enlightenment, does not of its own accord abandon any sentient being. It is by means of this condition that one completes the moral conduct that embraces sentient beings. 4. Based on separation means that the prajna produced in the nature, which is inherent in original enlightenment, stays far removed of its own accord from all phenomenal characteristics. It is by means of this condition that one causes the 3 moral codes to stay separate from phenomenal characteristics, and abide in accordance with thusness. The prior 3 conditions have a specific application. The last one is a condition that is of universal application. When a bodhisattva arouses the thought of enlightenment and receives the 3 moral codes, He receives and keeps these while remaining in harmony with the benefit of original enlightenment. Hence, these 4 conditions are replete in the 3 groups of precepts. Such is the general import of this passage. Kumgang Sammae Kyong 3, page 991a. O son of good family, in this wise the power of the 4 great conditions does not linger over phenomenal characteristics, and does not lack efficacious functioning. As it remains separate from any one locus, it cannot be sought. O son of good family, in this wise the one phenomenon, one enlightenment, completely contains the 6 practices. It is the Buddha's sea of Bodhi and Sarvajna. Sariputra remarked, "You said that it does not linger over phenomenal characteristics, and does not lack efficacious functioning. Such a Dharma would be true voidness, which is permanent, blissful, selfhood, and pure. As it transcends the attachment to the 2 types of selfhood, viz. The selfhood of person and dharmas, it is great parinirvana. That mind has no bonds. This is a contemplation that has considerable force. All the 37 aspects of enlightenment, bodhipaksika dharma, are necessarily contained in this contemplation and in this original enlightenment, where subject and object are balanced." The Buddha said, "So indeed does it contain the 37 aspects of enlightenment. What are these? They are the 4 applications of mindfulness, smrtyupasthana, the 4 right efforts, samkhya prahana, the 4 bases of psychic power, riddhipada, the 5 faculties, indriya, the 4 right efforts, samaya prahana, the 4 bases of psychic power, urdhipada, the 5 faculties, indriya, the 5 powers, bala, the 7 limbs of enlightenment, bodhiyanga, the 8-fold path, marganga, and so forth. These many classifications have but one meaning, i.e., they all conduce to enlightenment, for they are neither unitary nor separate. But because their designations are manifold, they are merely names and merely letters. See Moho Pojo Polo Miching 1. Taisho Shinsho Daizokyo 223, 8, 221, C19, where the Buddha also addresses Sariputra, telling him that all concepts are explained merely with names and letters. Those dharmas are unascertainable, anupalabdhi. As unascertainable dharma has but a single meaning and is free from An unascertainable dharma has but a single meaning and is free from locution. That characteristic of being free from locution is the nature of true and real voidness. The meaning of that void nature accords with reality, yathabhuta, and is thus. The principle which is thus contains all dharmas. O son of good family, a person who abides in that principle which is thus, thereby crosses over the sea of the 3 sufferings. Sariputra asked, "Each and every one of the myriads of dharmas is but verbalization and locution. That which is characterized by verbalization and locution has no meaning, and a meaning that accords with reality cannot be explained verbally. So why now does the Tathāgata preach the Dharma?" The Buddha replied, "I preach the Dharma because you sentient beings persist in needing explanations. I preach what cannot be spoken of. This is why I preach the Dharma. My speech consists of meaningful words, not mere locution. Sentient beings' speech consists of mere locution and is not meaningful. Meaningless words are all vain and worthless. Vain and worthless words say nothing about meaning, and anything that does not convey meaning is false speech. As far as speaking in accordance with meaning is concerned, The real is void and yet not void. Voidness is real and yet unreal. Speaking in accordance with meaning remains separate from dualistic characteristics, but also is not centered in between. The Dharma that is not so centered remains far removed from these three characteristics: voidness, reality, and their interstice. Its location cannot be found. Those words which remain separate from these three characteristics are spoken according to thusness. Thusness is non-existent and makes existence non-existent, for there is no existence in non-existence. Thusness is non-existent and makes non-existence exist, for there is non-existence in existence. Neither existence nor non-existence applies. Because such statements are inapplicable, the concept thusness too is inapplicable. Thusness is not said to be either thusness that is existent or thusness that is non-existent. This paragraph is one of the worst sections of the Vajrasamadhi-sutra to construe. Wan Hyo has to bring all of his exegetical talents to bear to make any sense of the passage. See his convoluted explanations at Kumgang Sammae Kyong, Ron 3, page 992, c. 12 through 29. Sariputra said, all sentient beings begin as ekantikas. Ekantika here is used to refer to anyone who has yet to generate the aspiration for full enlightenment, bodhicittotpada, or who does not have faith in Mahayana. See Kumgang Sammae Kyong, Ron 3, page 993, a. 9 through 16. On what levels should the ekantika's thoughts abide in order to reach the level of the Tathāgatas and the Tathāgata's real characteristic? The Buddha said, from the level of the ekantika's mind up until one reaches the Tathāgatas and the real characteristic of the Tathāgatas, one passes through 5 levels. The following section outlines the 5 major divisions of the Bodhisattva path found in many Sinitic apocryphal scriptures, such as Pusa Yinlo Penye Ching, Taisho Shinsho Daizokyo 1485, 24, 1017 A3, and 1010 B27, and 1022 B13. The correlations Wan Hyo draws between the Vajrasamadhi-sutra schema and the more standard list found in other scriptures are bracketed in the translation. First is the level of faith, comprising the 10 faiths. The practitioner has faith that in this body there is a seed of true thusness. See the discussion of the significance of this passage in the development of the Buddha nature concept in Tokiwa Daijo, Busho no Kenkyo, page 406, which is obscured by the deceptions of incredulity and nescience. By relinquishing the deceptive thoughts and leaving them far behind, the pure mind will become clear and transparent, and one will know that all the sense realms are just the discriminations of ratiocination and verbalization, i.e., they are mere representation. Second is the level of consideration, comprising the 10 abidings, 10 practices, and 10 transferences. Consideration means that one contemplates the fact that all the sense realms are nothing more than ratiocination and verbalization. As those sense realms are the discriminations of ratiocination and verbalization, they manifest according to one's mind, manas. Those sense realms which are perceived are not my original consciousness. Original consciousness is so called because the 6th consciousness is the origin of the 3 realms of existence. As a gatha recited by Aryadeva Bodhisattva says, the mind consciousness is the basis of the 3 realms of existence. Kumgang Sammae Kyong, Ron 3, page 993, b 20 through 21. I have been unable to locate the precise verse cited here by Wan Hyo. However, a similar verse appears in Kuang Po Lun Pen, Shatashastra, Taisho Shinsho Daizotyo 1570, 30, 185, c. 10-11, in c. Exegesis at Ta Sheng Kuang Po Lun, Shi Lun 9, Taisho Shinsho Daizotyo 1571, or 1571, 30, 236a. For I know that the original consciousness is neither a dharma, nor its meaning, nor those external sense objects to which one clings, nor that mentality which clings. Third is the level of cultivation, the 10 bhumis. Cultivation involves constant training in that which catalyzes spiritual development, the simultaneous cultivation of calmness, samatha, and insight, vipassana, or here vipassana. Training and cultivation are to be simultaneous and initially guided by preparatory knowledge, kahyang chi, or sambhara jnana. Overcoming all hindrances and difficulties, one removes all restraints and shackles, and stays far removed from them. Fourth is the level of practice, equal enlightenment. Practice means to leave behind all the stages of practice, the 10 bhumis. The mind that is free from both clinging and rejection manifests the extremely pure fundamental inspiration, original enlightenment. The thusness of the mind will be motionless because the adept accesses the Vajra-Samadhi, and the real nature will become fixed. This is great parinirvana. Its nature alone is void and vast. Fifth is the level of relinquishment, sublime enlightenment, the stage of Buddhahood. Not lingering in the voidness of the nature, right knowledge flows freely. Great compassion is characterized by thusness, but that characteristic does not linger in thusness. Samyak Sambodhi empties the mind so that there is nothing to realize. As the mind is boundless and limitless, it does not focus on a single limited spot. This is what is meant by reaching the Tathāgatas. O son of good family, these 5 levels are but one enlightenment. They are accessed through the inspiration of original enlightenment. The proselytization of sentient beings must occur from that original locus. Sariputra asked, "What do you mean by must occur from the original locus?" The Buddha replied, "Originally there is no original locus. On the brink of voidness, which has no locus, one accesses reality, and arousing bodhi completes the sanctified path. Why is this? O son of good family, like a hand grabbing air, enlightenment is neither obtained nor not obtained." Sariputra remarked, "As the Lord has explained, at the inception of one's vocation, one should cleave therewith to the inspiration of original enlightenment. Such a state of mind is calm and extinguished, and that calm extinction is thus. Thusness encodes all the meritorious qualities of original and actualized enlightenments, and contains the myriad of dharmas. This is consummate interfusion, which is non-dual. It is inconceivable. We should know that this dharma is in fact Mahaprajna Paramita, or Paramita, great perfection of wisdom. It is the great spiritual spell, the spell of great clarity, the unsurpassed spell, the unequaled spell." This passage is taken from the final line of Hsuan Seng's rendering of the Prajna Paramita Hridaya Sutra, or Heart Sutra, Taisho Shinsho Daizotyo 251, 8, 848, c. 14-15. Which was made on July 8, 649. See Lancaster and Park, The Korean Buddhist Canon, page 11. This date provides the terminus a quo for the composition of Vajrasamadhi-sutra. The Buddha said, "So it is, so it is. True thusness has voidness as its nature. As its nature is void, its knowledge is imperial, incinerating all the fetters. In an equiposed and balanced manner, the three stages of equal enlightenment, Tunggak, in the three bodies of sublime enlightenment, Miyogak, shine brilliantly in the ninth consciousness so that there are no shadows. The three stages of equal enlightenment are distinct levels in which the lifespan of the Bodhisattva lasts for respectively 100 kalpas, 1,000 kalpas, and 10,000 kalpas. On the first level, the Bodhisattva practices all the samadhis and finally enters the Vajrasamadhi. On the second level, he practices all the deportments of a Buddha until he finally sits at the Bodhimanda and overcomes Mara's hordes. On the final level, he leads the life of a fully enlightened Buddha. These derive from Pusa Yinglo Penye Ching 1, Taisho Shinsho Daizotyo 1485, 24, 1012, c. 27, through 1013, a9. The three bodies of sublime enlightenment are the three Buddha bodies, the Dharmakaya, Sambodhakaya, and Nirmanakaya. Explaining, these shine brilliantly in the ninth consciousness so that there are no shadows. Wan Hyo says, the previous stage of equal enlightenment is still involved with birth and death, and has not yet depleted the fountainhead of the mind. For this reason it is located within the 8 consciousnesses. Arriving at sublime enlightenment, one now leaves birth and death behind forever, and returns completely to the fountainhead of the one mind of original enlightenment. Hence he accesses the clear purity of the ninth consciousness. Now returning to the fountainhead of the mind, that original substance becomes one's essence, and due to this, all shadows, all characteristics, become extinct. Kumgang Sammae Kyong, Ron 3, page 994, c. 25 through 29. O son of good family, this Dharma is not subject either to causes or conditions, because it is just wisdom functioning on its own. It is neither moving nor still, because the nature of that functioning is void. Its meaning neither exists nor does not exist, because the characteristic of voidness is void. O son of good family, if one proselytes sentient beings, one should make those sentient beings access this meaning through contemplation. One who accesses this meaning will see the Tathāgatas. Sariputra remarked, contemplation of the Tathāgata's meaning does not linger in any of the currents of existence. One should leave behind the 4 dhyanas and transcend the summit of existence, Bhavagra. The summit of existence refers to the last of the 4 formless dhyanas, the absorption of neither perception nor non-perception. Nava samjnasam jnayatana. The Buddha said, so it is, and why is this? All dharmas are but names and classifications. This is also the case with the 4 dhyanas. If one sees the Tathāgatas, one's own Tathāgata mind will become autonomous, aisvarya, and remain eternally in a state of extinction, neither withdrawing from that state nor accessing it. This is because both internal, the mind, and external, the sense objects, will be in equilibrium. O son of good family, in the same way, all 8 types of dhyanic contemplations are absorptions that involve past conceptions. Following Wan Hyo's recension, Kumgang Sammae Kyong, Ron 3, page 995, b9, no variants are noted by the Taisho editors. Vajrasamadhi-sutra, page 371, b24. Wan Hyo glosses absorptions that involve past conceptions as follows. This is because they do not leave behind past grasping at the beginningless deceptive thoughts that cling to all the mundane characteristics. Kumgang Sammae Kyong 3, page 995, b17. But this thusness, furthermore, is not the same as those types of dhyana. Why so? One who contemplates thusness through thusness perceives no sign that he is contemplating thusness. All signs are already calm and extinct. Calm extinction is in fact the meaning of thusness. In the same way, a dhyanic absorption that involves such conceptions is active, because it clings to the characteristics of mundane dhyana, and is not true dhyana. A parallel phrase, activity is not dhyana, appears in the apocryphal Dharmapada. Pinyin 11. Fa Chu Ching, Taisho Shinsho Daizotyo 2901, 85, 1435 A22. That Pinyin is frequently cited in Cha'an writings. See discussion in Mizuno, Gisaku no Hokutyo, page 17 through 20. Why is this? The nature of dhyana is separate from all movement. It neither taints nor is tainted. It is neither a dharma nor its shadow. It is far removed from all discrimination, because it is the meaning of the original inspiration. Following the Koryo 2 Taisho recension, the Wanhyo Kai Pao in 3 editions read instead the meaning of its original meaning, a probable ditography of the first meaning. Vajra-Samadhi-sutra, page 371, b27, note 7. O son of good family, this sort of contemplative absorption alone deserves to be called dhyana. Sariputra asked, "It is inconceivable. The Tathāgata constantly proselytes sentient beings by means of that which accords with reality, Yathabhuta. In this wise, the real meaning has many locutions and vast import. Sentient beings of sharp faculties alone are able to cultivate it. Sentient beings of dull faculties find it difficult to recall. Through what expedient device may we prompt those of dull faculties to gain access to this truth?" The Buddha replied, "One should encourage those of dull faculties to receive and keep one 4-line gatha. This will then allow them to access the real truth. All of the Buddha Dharma is contained within a single 4-line gatha." The Wanhyo and Kai Pao recensions omit 4-line. Kumgang Sammae Kyong 3, page 995, c19, Vajrasamadhi-sutra, page 371, c4, note 8. Objects. Objects here renders the logograph hui, Sanskrit artha, which can refer to either meaning or object. Both senses are probably implicit in the gatha. Dharma is used for object in the text from which this gatha derives. See next note. Objects that are produced by causes and conditions, those objects are extinguished, not produced. Extinguish all objects subject to production and extinction, and those objects will be produced, not extinguished. The first line of this gatha is taken, with minor modifications, from Kumarajiva's translation of the Madhyamaka Karika, Chunlun, Taisho Shinsho Daizotyo 1654, 30, 33b 11-12, Mula Madhyamaka Karika 24, 19. See also Chun Kuan Lun Shu, Taisho Shinsho Daizotyo 1824, 42, 152b1, Ju Tashen Lun, Taisho Shinsho Daizotyo 1634, 32, 41b, Fo Tzu Tung Chi 37, Taisho Shinsho Daizotyo 2035, 49, 352, a 4-5, Moho Chi Kuan 1a, T 1911, 46, 1b 29, c1. These and other sources are cited at Liebenthal, page 375 through 76, 375 note 3, and 382. For the import of this gatha, see Ko Ik Chin, pages 246 through 47. In his exegesis, Wan Hyo clarifies that the first half of the gatha refers to all dharmas as explained from the standpoint of conventional truth. It reconciles the mundane with the absolute. The second half refers to the dharma of calm extinction, i.e. nirvana, as explained from the standpoint of absolute truth. It reconciles the absolute with the mundane. Kumgang Sammae Kyong 3, pages 996 C27 through 997 A19. At that time, the great congregation heard this gatha, and all were utterly rapturous. Everyone came to understand both extinction and production. The prajna that comprehends extinction and production is a sea that knows the nature is void. Chapter 7. The Tathāgatagarbha. At that time, the elder, Pomhang, arose from the original limit, Ponje. Listening to the Buddha's words is in fact accessing the original limit. Kumgang Sammae Kyong 3, page 996, b 15 through 16, and addressed the Buddha. Lord, the object that is produced is not extinguished. The object that is extinguished is not produced. In this wise, the object that is thus is in fact the Bodhi of the Buddhas. The nature of Bodhi is in fact free from discrimination. The non-discriminative knowledge cannot be fathomed by discrimination. This characteristic of being unfathomable is just the extinction of discrimination. This is the earliest quoted portion of Vajrasamadhi-sutra. See Fa Tsang's Hua Yen Ching I Hai Po Men, Taisho Shinsho Daizokyo, 1875, 45, 628, c. 21 through 22, and discussion in Part 1, Chapter 4. In this wise, both objects and characteristics are inconceivable, and in this inconceivability there is accordingly no discrimination. Lord, all the classifications of dharmas are immeasurable and limitless, but that limitless characteristic of dharmas has but one real meaning. A problematic passage. I follow Wan Hyo in ignoring the logograph nature, song, in my rendering. Kumgang Sammae Kyong 3, 996, b 27, c2. The many doctrinal teachings have but a single nature. How can that be? The Buddha replied, Elder, it is inconceivable. I preach all the dharmas because of my concern for those who are deluded, and because it is an expedient way. All the characteristics of dharmas are but the knowledge of this one real meaning. Why is this? It is just like 4 gates that open upon a single city. One may return to that single city through any of those 4 gates. And just as the populace of that city may freely enter through any gate, just so is it the same with the tastes of the myriad types of dharmas, all of which merge in the single taste. This simile is used also in Wan Hyo's Pomang Kyong Posol Kaibon Sadyi, Personal Notes to the Bodhisattva Vinaya, text of the Fanwang Ching, 1, HTC 95, 108, b 7 through 15. The elder Pomhang remarked, If this is indeed how dharmas are, I should be able to imbibe each and every taste while lingering in that single taste. The Buddha replied, So it is, so it is. Why is this? The true meaning of the single taste, its taste. Taste is missing in the Koryo 2 Taisho edition, Vajrasamadhi-sutra, page 371, c. 22, and is added from Wan Hyo's recension, Kumgang Sammae Kyong 3, page 996, c. 22. Its taste can be compared to that of the one ocean. There is none of the myriad of streams that does not flow into it. Elder, the tastes of all the dharmas are just like those streams. While their names and classifications may differ, that water is indistinguishable. See Part 1, Chapter 3 for discussion of this common metaphor, which is often used to explain the soteriological purport of the teachings of Buddhism. And once those streams have flowed into the ocean, that seawater then, following the Koryo 2 Taisho recension, which reads Chuk, then, for Wankyo's Chuk is in fact. Kumgang Sammae Kyong 3, page 996, c. 24. Vajra-Samadhi-sutra, page 371, c. 24. And Passim throughout chapters 7 and 8. That seawater then absorbs all those streams. An allusion to this passage appears in Platform Sutra. It is like the great sea which gathers all the flowing streams, and merges together the small waters and large waters into one. Liu Tzu Tanqing, Taisho Shinshu Daizokyo, 2007, 48, 340, B 18 through 19. Yampolsky translation, page 150. In the same way, if one lingers in the single taste, then all tastes are imbibed. The elder Pomhang asked, if all dharmas are of a single taste, then how is it that there are separate paths for the three vehicles? Does their knowledge have distinctions? The Buddha replied, Elder, it is like the Changqing, or Yangtze River, the Huanghe Yellow River, the Huai River, and the ocean, because there are variations in their size, disparities in their depth, and differences in their names. When water is in the Changqing, it is called Chiang water. When it is in the Huai, it is called Huai water. And when it is in the Ho, it is called Ho water. But once all these types of water enter the ocean, they are just called sea water. Compare Udana 5.4. Whatsoever great rivers there are, namely Ganga, Yamuna, Akiravati, Sarabu, Mahi, these, when they reach the mighty ocean, abandon their former names and lineage, and go henceforth by the name of just mighty ocean. Translation from F. L. Woodward, The Minor Anthologies of the Pali Canon, page 64. The use of native geographical names in this passage is a strong piece of textual evidence, suggesting the non-Indian origin of this scripture. See Mizuno, pages 42 through 43, Liebenthal, page 361. The dharmas, i.e. the three vehicles, are also the same. Once they all abide in true thusness, they are just called the path to Buddhahood. Elder, one who dwells in the path to Buddhahood, the first bhumi on up, Kumgang Sammae Kyong 3, page 997, A20. Then comprehends three practices. The elder Pomhang asked, what are those three practices? The Buddha replied, first is that practice that cleaves to phenomena. Second is the practice that cleaves to consciousness. Third is the practice that cleaves to thusness. I reproduce the passage again with Wan Hyo's glosses added. The practice that cleaves to phenomena, while relying on the Four Noble Truths and the 12-fold chain of conditioned generation, one cleaves to the Bodhipaksika dharmas, in accordance with phenomena, that are governed by cause and effect. The practice that cleaves to consciousness, all sentient beings are merely products of the one mind. They cleave to the practice of the four means of conversion, samgrahavastu, giving, dana, kind words, priyavadya, helpfulness, arthakarya, and cooperation, saman arthata, in accordance with the principle that there is just consciousness. The practice that cleaves to thusness, all dharmas are equal. One cleaves to the practice of the 6 paramitas, in accordance with the thusness that is equal. To cleave here means to absorb these practices in the mind. It does not mean to cling to the subject-object distinction. See Kumgang Sammae Kyong, Ron 3, page 997, A 22 through 26. Elder, in this wise the 3 practices subsume completely all approaches. There are no approaches to Dharma that are not accessed thereby. One who accesses these practices does not produce the characteristic of voidness, and one who accesses these practices in this manner can be said to have accessed the Tathāgata. Following Wanhyo's recension, Kumgang Sammae Kyong Ron 3, page 997, B1, Wanhyo glosses Tathāgata here as the sea of the Tathāgatagarbha. Kumgang Sammae Kyong Ron 3, page 997, B9. One who accesses the Tathāgata accesses that access via non-access. The elder Pomhang asked, "This is inconceivable. Accessing the Tathāgatagarbha has no access point. It is like a sprout that matures into a fruit. Through the power of the fundamental inspiration, that inspiration will bring about the recovery of the original edge of reality." Sprout is a simile for the inspiration of original enlightenment. Fruit is a simile for attaining that original inspiration. Kumgang Sammae Kyong Ron 3, page 997, B18. In attaining that original edge of reality, how many kinds of knowledge would one have? The Buddha replied, his knowledge would be unfathomable. But were we to explain it in brief, he would have 4 types of knowledge. What are the 4? First is the fixed knowledge, that is, knowledge that accords with thusness. Second is adaptable knowledge, that is, knowledge that expediently extirpates and destroys the defilements. Third is nirvana knowledge, that is, knowledge that removes lightning-like sensory awareness. Lightning refers to the production and extinction of the 5 sensory consciousnesses, the speed of which is compared to the flash of lightning. Kumgang Sammae Kyong Ron 3, page 997, C7. Fourth is ultimate knowledge, that is, knowledge that accesses reality and perfects the path. Wanhyo correlates the first type of knowledge, fixed knowledge, with the equanimous wisdom, samatha jnana, the second of the 4 types of wisdoms recognized in the Yogacara school. The second type, adaptable knowledge, is the wisdom of sublime observation, pratya vekshana jnana. The third type, nirvana knowledge, is the wisdom gained through the accomplishment of what was to be done, kirtyanusthana jnana. The fourth type, ultimate knowledge, is equated with great perfect mere wisdom, darshana jnana. Kumgang Sammae Kyong Ron 3, page 997, B2 through C10. Elder, in this wise, the operation of these 4 great matters has been explained by all the Buddhas of antiquity as being a great bridge and a great ford. If you are to proselyte sentient beings, you should make use of these knowledges. Elder, the operation of these great functions involves, furthermore, 3 great matters. First, the internal consciousnesses and the external sense realms do not mutually infringe, literally snatch away. Cf. the celebrated usage of this term by Lin Chi E. Husuan, who I guess died 866, in his 4 approaches to practice. Snatch away the man, but don't snatch away the objects, etc. See Lin Chi Lu, Taisho Shinsho Daizotyo, 1985, 47, 497a. First, the internal consciousnesses and the external sense realms do not mutually infringe on one another in the 3 samadhis, see infra. Second, in the great matrix of meaning, see infra, the analytical suppression, pratya samkhya nirodha, occurs in accordance with the path. One analyzes the 4 great elements in the 3 main Dharma classifications, skandha, dhatu, and ayatana, according to the principle. This eradicates all signs and brings to an end the fundamental consciousness's seeds of conceptual proliferation, prapanka. The preceding 3 samadhis overcome the bonds that have manifested at present. This analytical wisdom destroys their seeds. Because of this, at the time that one perfects accordingly the 4 wisdoms, one can uproot the seeds and bring about the evolution of the 8 consciousnesses into the pure 9th consciousness. Kumgang Sammae Kyong 3, page 998, A 4-8. Third, the wisdom and concentration that are thus are both inspired by compassion. In this wise, these 3 matters perfect bodhi. One who does not practice these matters will then be unable to flow into the sea of the 4 knowledges, and will be subject to the whims of all the great Maras. Elder, until all of you in the congregation attain Buddhahood, you ought constantly to cultivate and train, without even a temporary respite. The elder Pomhang asked, "What are the 3 samadhis?" The Buddha replied, "The 3 samadhis are the samadhi of voidness, sunya samadhi, the samadhi of signlessness, animita samadhi, and the samadhi of wishlessness, pranihita samadhi." These 2 last types of samadhis are transposed in the Wanhyo and Kaipao recensions, Vajrasamadhi-sutra, page 372, A20, notes 6 and 7. For this common list, see Moho Pojo Polo Mi Ching, 24, Taisho Shinsho Daizotyo, 223, 8, 394, C 26-27. These are the samadhis. The elder Pomhang asked, "What is the great matrix of meaning?" The Buddha replied, "Great means the 4 great elements. Meaning means the aggregates, or skandha. Elements, dhatu, and sense fields, ayatana, and other lists such as the 12-fold chain of conditioned origination. Matrix means the original consciousness. This is called the great matrix of meaning." The elder Pomhang said, "It is inconceivable. In this wise, the 3 matters that bring about the perfection of the 4 knowledges inspire both oneself and others, transcend the lands of the 3 realms, do not linger in nirvana, and access the bodhisattva path. These sorts of characteristics of dharmas are things that are subject to production and extinction, because they involve discrimination. If one stays far removed from discrimination, these dharmas ought not to be subject to extinction." Wishing to proclaim this idea, the Tathāgata then recited this gatha. Dharmas are produced by discrimination, and in turn are extinguished due to discrimination. Extinguish all dharmas that are subject to discrimination, and those dharmas will be neither produced nor extinguished. At that time the elder Pomhang heard the recitation of this gatha, and his mind was jubilant and elated. Wishing to proclaim its meaning, he recited gathas. All dharmas are originally calm and extinguished, but this calm extinction is also unproduced. All those dharmas that are subject to production and extinction, those dharmas are not unproduced. Those dharmas that are calm, extinct, and unproduced are thence not associated with these dharmas subject to production and extinction, because each is subject to either annihilationism or eternalism. Dharmas subject to production and extinction would be subject to annihilationism. Calm and extinct dharmas would be subject to eternalism. Kumgang Sammae Kyong Ron 3, page 998, c. 24 through 27. This dharma spoken by the Buddha thence leaves behind all such dualities, but also does not persist in lingering in oneness. If it is said that dharmas are one, this characteristic will be like a hairnet. For hairnet, moryun, as a metaphor for something gossamery, vis illusory, see Jīngāng Ching, Lankavatara-sutra, 9. Taisho Shinsho Daizokyo 671, 16, 565 c. 16. Genwen Ching 1, Taisho Shinsho Daizokyo 246, 8, 839 a23. It is like mistaking heat waves for water. This is because all such conceptions are false and deceptive. The last two lines of this verse derive from Lankavatara-sutra. See Jīngāng Ching 3, Taisho Shinsho Daizokyo 671, 16, 532 b28, and cf. Taisheng Jīngāng Ching 3, Taisho Shinsho Daizokyo 672, 16, 601 c11. Both noted, though the first citation is misprinted at Liebenthal, pages 367 through 68. Cf. also Suzuki's rendering of the Sanskrit in Lankavatara-sutra, page 83, verse 150. If you perceive the non-existence of dharmas, those dharmas will be identical to voidness. Just like a blind man who mistakenly believes that the sun is non-existent, your preaching of the Dharma would be as deceptive as the non-existent hair of a tortoise. I have now heard the Buddha say, knowledge of the Dharma is not achieved through dualistic views. It also does not depend on remaining in between. It therefore is grasped by not abiding anywhere. The Dharma spoken by the Tathāgatas derives completely from this non-abiding. It is from that non-abiding place that I worship the Tathāgatas. Respectfully worshipping the characteristic of the Tathāgatas, that motionless wisdom which is equal to empty space, at that place which is free from grasping, at the two extremes, and which does not exist in between, I respectfully worship their non-abiding bodies. I, in all places, constantly see all the Tathāgatas. I wish only that all the Tathāgatas will explain the perpetual Dharma to me. At that time the Tathāgata made this statement, all you good men, listen well, and I will explain for all of you the perpetual Dharma. O son of good family, the perpetual Dharma is not a perpetual Dharma. It is neither the spoken nor written word. It is neither truth nor liberation. It is neither non-existence nor the sense realms, and remains completely apart from the extremes of deceptive grasping and annihilationism. But this Dharma is also not impermanent, for it remains far apart from either eternalism or annihilationism. At the moment of cognition, the consciousnesses are permanent. The consciousnesses are perpetually calm and extinct, but that calm extinction is also calm and extinct. O son of good family, since he, i.e. the adept from the first bhumi onward, who knows that dharmas are calm and extinct, need not make his mind calm and extinct. His mind remains constantly calm and extinct. The mind of one who attains calm extinction constantly contemplates according to truth. He knows that all mentality and materiality are nothing but the ignorant mind. The discriminations of the ignorant mind differentiate all the dharmas. All the dharmas are nothing apart from name and materiality. If in this wise one knows dharmas and does not pursue written and spoken language, the mind will think only of meaning, and will not distinguish the self as the thinker of that thought. Knowing that the self is a hypothetical name is in fact the attainment of calm extinction. If one attains calm extinction, one then attains Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi. Once the elder Pomhang had heard this speech, he recited Gathas. Names and characteristics which are phenomena created by discrimination, together with dharmas, these are called the three. True thusness and orthodox sublime knowledge, together with the above, make five. This verse also is adapted from Lankavatara Sutra. See Ju Leng Chi Ching 3, Taisho Shinsho Daizotyo 671, 16, 527, c. 16 through 17, and see Ta Sheng Ju Leng Chi Ching 2, Taisho Shinsho Daizotyo 672, 16, 598, A6, all noted by Liebenthal, pages 366 through 67. See also Suzuki's translation, page 60, verse 134. I now know that these dharmas are fettered by annihilationism and eternalism. Accessing the path of production and extinction is annihilationism, not eternalism. The Dharma of voidness spoken by the Tathāgata remains far removed from annihilationism and eternalism. As there are no causes or conditions, that Dharma is unproduced, and because it is unproduced, it is not extinguished. Adapted from Lankavatara Sutra, Ju Leng Chi Ching 3, T 671, 16, 529, B 5 through 6, 530, C 8 through 9, noted by Liebenthal, page 367. See Suzuki translation, page 68, verse 137, and page 75, verse 140, though the Sanskrit differs radically. Grasping at the existence of causes and conditions is like reaching for a flower in the sky, or expecting a barren woman's child. Ultimately, it is unascertainable. Adapted from Lankavatara Sutra, see Ju Leng Chi Ching 530, c. 14 through 15, see Liebenthal, page 367, Suzuki, translation, page 75, verse 143. Leaving behind all clinging to causes and conditions, one also does not follow anything else to extinction, or assume the selfhood of the threefold matrix of meaning in the four great elements. Because of relying on thusness, one attains reality. Therefore, the Dharma of true thusness is constantly autonomous and thus. All the myriads of dharmas are transformations of those affective consciousnesses which are not thus. That dharma which remains separate from consciousness is void. Hence it is explained from the standpoint of voidness. One who extinguishes all those dharmas which are subject to production and extinction, and thence dwells in nirvana, he will be snatched away by the great compassion of the Buddhas, so that he will not linger in the extinction of nirvana. Transmuting parivritti, both the subject and object of clinging, mind and sensory objects, he accesses the Tathāgatagarbha. At that time the great assembly heard this meaning and all attained right vocation, samyaga jiva, and accessed the Tathāgata's wisdom and the sea of the Tathāgatagarbha. Chapter 8, Dhāraṇī, Codes. At that time, Jīngāng, earth store, Ksitigarbha, Bodhisattva, arose from amidst the congregation and came before the Buddha. In this chapter are resolved all the doubts remaining from the previous chapters. It encodes, Dhariyati, the important meanings without forgetting them. This is why it gets the name Dhāraṇī. Moreover, because Jīngāng Bodhisattva had already attained the Dhāraṇī of the meaning of language, Maui to Arani, he thoroughly retained the meaning of all the passages in the preceding chapters, and remembered the points on which the congregation had doubts. Next, he asks questions in order to resolve well all those doubts. Hence, because he was able to ask these questions, this chapter is entitled Dhāraṇī. Kumgang Sammae Kyong, 3, page 1001, A 20 through 21. Joining his palms together and genuflecting in foreign fashion, he addressed the Buddha. Lord, I observe that the congregation entertains doubts that have yet to be resolved. The Tathāgata is now about to remove those doubts. I will now ask questions on behalf of this congregation concerning the doubts that remain. I beg that the Tathāgata, out of his friendliness and compassion, will take pity on us and grant this request. The Buddha replied, Bodhisattva Mahasattva, that you are interested in rescuing sentient beings shows that your great compassion and empathy is inconceivable. You should question me extensively, and I will answer you. Jīngāng Bodhisattva asked, how is it that all dharmas are not conditionally produced? Wishing to proclaim this meaning, the Tathāgata then recited a gatha. If dharmas are produced by conditions, then no dharmas could exist apart from conditions. How is it that conditions can produce dharmas, when the dharma nature is non-existent? This exchange is intended to resolve doubts remaining from the Tathāgatagarbha chapter. It was said here, Vajrasamadhi-sutra, chapter 7, at note 126, as there are no causes and conditions, that dharma is unproduced. And because it is unproduced, it is not extinguished. In this passage, there is clinging to the existence of causes and conditions as being that which catalyzes production. But a doubt remains as to why the fruition of that causal process would not also be conditionally produced. Hence, Jīngāng uses this doubt in order to ask about conditioned generation. Kumgang Sammae Kyong, 3, page 1001, b 16 through 19. At that time, Jīngāng Bodhisattva asked, if dharmas are unproduced, then how is it that in your dharma talks you say that dharmas are produced by the mind? Thereupon the Lord recited a gatha. Dharmas that are produced by the mind, those dharmas cling to subject and object. They are like sky flowers in a drunkard's eyes. Those dharmas are just so and not otherwise. At that time, Jīngāng Bodhisattva remarked, if this is what dharmas are like, then those dharmas would have no analogues. Analog, or te, here might also be rendered as counterpart or complementarity. The sense is that the production of those dharmas would be dependent on the existence of any other dharma, i.e., they would not be conditionally generated. And they would be like thusness. Dharmas that have no analogues, those dharmas ought to be generated spontaneously without causes. Thereupon the Lord recited a gatha. Dharmas are originally free from both existence and non-existence. So too is this the case for self and others. As those dharmas have neither beginning nor end, Both accomplishment and failure are in fact meaningless, literally non-abiding. These last two exchanges were intended to resolve doubts remaining from the voidness of the true nature chapter. It was said there, Vajrasamadhi-sutra, chapter 6, after note 89, I preach the Dharma because you sentient beings persist in needing explanations. I preach what cannot be spoken of. This is why I preach the Dharma. The issue in this passage is that if the Dharma spoken by the Buddha arises from his mind, as the voidness of the true nature chapter implied, then it would be impossible for that Dharma to be unproduced, as Jīngāng remarks in his initial question. Kumgang Sammae Kyong 3, page 1001, b 25 through 28. At that point, Jīngāng Bodhisattva said, the characteristics of each and every Dharma are originally nirvana. This is also the case with nirvana and the characteristic of voidness. The Dharma that remains once these types of Dharmas are non-existent ought to be thus. The Buddha replied, once there are no such Dharmas, that remaining Dharma will be thus. Jīngāng Bodhisattva said, this is inconceivable. The characteristic of thusness is in this wise neither associated nor dissociated. Clinging to mentality and clinging to action are in fact both void and calm. The void and calm mind Dharma may not cling to both samsara and nirvana, or neither, for it too is perforce calm and extinct. Associated means that the distinction between two types of thusness, the thusness of the original nirvana, and the thusness that is an amalgamation of nirvana in the characteristic of voidness, would not be true thusness. Dissociated refers to the fact that these two types are not void, for they are instead a single thusness. Clinging to mentality refers to nirvana. For the calm and extinct mind may become an object of clinging. Clinging to action refers to samsara, because it is the object to which all defiled action clings. Kumgang Sammae Kyong 3, page 1002, a 7 through 16. The first line of this passage is easier to construe if Kong, associated, is read as instead a misprint for E or I, indifferent, which has occurred previously in the text. This first line would then read, the sign of thusness is in this wise neither different nor identical. Thereupon the Lord recited a gatha. All void and calm dharmas, those dharmas are calm but not void, when the mind is not void. That will bring about the non-existence of the mind. The preceding exchanges were intended to resolve doubts remaining from the approaching the edge of reality chapter. It was said there, Vajrasamadhi-sutra, chapter 5, before note 62, Tathāgatagarbha Bodhisattva said, as far as the mental characteristics of sentient beings are concerned, those characteristics are identical to the Tathāgata. Hence, the minds of sentient beings should also be free from any discrete sense realms. The Buddha said, so it is, the minds of sentient beings are actually free from any discrete sense realms. Why is that? It is because the mind is originally pure, in the principle unsullied. The issue in this passage is that the person might confuse this original purity of the mind, which corresponds to thusness, with that heterodox non-existence, which does not correspond to thusness. Kumgang Sammae Kyong 3, page 1001, c. 21 through 27. At that point, Jīngāng Bodhisattva said, "This Dharma of the one mind does not involve the three truths, for the three truths of materiality, voidness, and mind are also extinguished. When these three dharmas are originally extinguished, that Dharma of the one mind ought also to be extinguished." Thereupon the Lord recited a gatha. Dharmas are originally devoid of own nature. They arise from that mind of original enlightenment. While not found in this sort of discriminative loci, they are involved in this wise with that one enlightenment which is signless. This exchange has countered doubts raised in the Inspiration of Original Enlightenment chapter. As a passage there stated, Vajrasamadhi-sutra, chapter 4, after note 34, Muju Bodhisattva said, "If all sense realms are void, all bodies are void, and all consciousnesses are void, then enlightenment too must be void." The Buddha replied, "Each and every enlightenment has a given nature that is neither destroyed nor annihilated. They are neither void nor non-void, for they are free from the voidness of non-voidness. The issue here is that if one mind is also non-existent and therefore calm and extinct, why did it say in that previous passage that the enlightened mind is neither destroyed nor annihilated, and thus continues to exist?" Kumgang Sammae Kyong 3, page 1002, b 3-9. At that time, Jīngāng Bodhisattva asked, "All dharmas are neither produced nor extinguished, so how is it that they are not all one?" Thereupon the Lord recited a gatha. An abiding place for dharmas does not exist. Both characteristics and dharma classifications are void and therefore non-existent. These two, name and locution, together with dharmas, these in fact involve grasping at subject and object. This exchange has been intended to counter doubts raised in the Practice of Non-Production chapter. It was said there, Vajrasamadhi-sutra, chapter 3, after note 24, "These conditions are generated, but there is no production. These conditions decay, but there is no extinction. There is no place where they abide, nor is there seen anything that abides, because their natures are fixed. This fixed nature is neither unitary nor different. The issue here is if both form and mental dharmas are unproduced and unextinguished, then they would just be identical, a conclusion that would controvert the traditional distinction between nama and rupa, and would illogically imply that production and extinction were identical." Kumgang Sammae Kyong 3, page 1002, b 25-1002, c3. At that point, Jīngāng Bodhisattva remarked, "No characteristics of dharmas linger on either of the two shores of samsara or nirvana. They also do not linger in the current between them, i.e., they are not unitary. Mind and consciousness are similarly free from both production and extinction. So how is it that all the sense realms are produced by consciousness? If consciousness is the cause of that production, then consciousness too must be produced by something else. So how then can consciousness be unproduced? If there is production, then there must be a product." Thereupon the Lord recited a gatha. These two things, product and production, these two are causality and the caused. Both are originally mere names and are themselves non-existent. Clinging to their existence is an illusion, like a sky flower. When consciousness has not yet been produced, Objects then are not produced either. When objects have not yet been produced, consciousness is then also extinguished. These are both originally non-existent. They neither exist nor do not exist. Consciousness that is unproduced is also non-existent. So how is it that objects exist on account of it? This exchange has been intended to counter doubts raised in the following passage in the Signless Dharma chapter, Vajra-Samadhi-sutra, chapter 2, before note 16. What is meant by that characteristic of discriminative awareness, subject to production and extinction? The Buddha replied, the principle is free from either acceptance or rejection. If there were acceptance or rejection, then all kinds of thoughts would be produced. The thoughts of conceptions and myriads of mentations are marked by production and extinction. The issue there is that if consciousness is source of such things as acceptance or rejection, and thus produces the various types of thoughts, then it should be subject itself to production and extinction. So how then could it be said that it does not abide on either of the two shores of samsara and nirvana? But if the consciousnesses are neither produced nor extinguished, then how could it be said that they produce the sense realms? Kumgang Sammae Kyong 3, page 1002, c. 19-25. At that time, Jīngāng Bodhisattva remarked, in this wise, the characteristics of dharmas are void both internally, viz. The sense consciousnesses, and externally, viz. Sense objects. These two groups, objects and sensory awareness, are originally calm and extinct. As the Tathāgata has explained, a dharma that in this wise is the real characteristic and true voidness would not be subject to origination. The Buddha responded, so it is. Dharmas that accord with reality are formless and non-abiding. They are neither originated nor do they prompt origination. They are neither meaning, i.e. the skandhas, dhatus, and ayatanas, nor the great elements. They are the aggregation of the profound, meritorious qualities inherent in the Dharma of the matrix of the one original enlightenment. Won Hyo interprets the term Dharma of the matrix of the one original as the one original enlightenment, because with that as the basis, it can catalyze the production of all formations, or samskara, and all meritorious qualities, guna. Kumgang Sammae Kyong 3, page 1003, A29 through 1003, B2. Jīngāng Bodhisattva said, it is inconceivable, it is inconceivable. The seventh consciousness and the five sensory consciousnesses are unproduced. The eighth and sixth consciousnesses are calm and extinct. The characteristic of the ninth consciousness is to be void and non-existent. Existence is void and non-existent. Non-existence is void and non-existent. As the Lord has explained, dharmas and phenomena are both void. Accessing their voidness, gate to liberation, there are no longer any practices that need to be cultivated. But one also does not neglect any actions, such as the 6 paramitas. In the signless gate to liberation, there are neither self nor objects of self, neither subject nor object views. All the internal and external defilements are calm and still. Accordingly, in the wishless gate to liberation, wishes are also assuaged. In this wise, noumenal contemplation is the true thusness in which wisdom and concentration are perfectly balanced. The Lord constantly explains that, in this wise, following Wan Hyo's loss, Kumgang Sammae Kyong Ron 3, page 1003, c10, the Dharma of voidness is an excellent medicine. The Buddha replied, "So it is. Why is this? Because voidness is void. As this void nature is unproduced, the mind that accesses voidness is perpetually unproduced. As this void nature is not extinguished, the mind is perpetually unextinguished. As the void nature is non-abiding, the mind is also non-abiding. As the void nature is inactive, mui, the mind is also inactive. Voidness is free from both egress and access, and leaves behind both gain and loss. The skandhas, elements, and sense realms, and so forth, are also all non-existent. So too is this the case with the mind that accords with voidness in not clinging to egress and access, and does not grasp at the skandhas, etc. Bodhisattva, I have discussed the various aspects of voidness in order to destroy the grasping at all types of existence." Chijang Bodhisattva said, "Lord, would that meditator be considered wise who knows that existence is unreal, like heat waves that are not water, and that reality is not non-existent, like the sovereignty of fire that is inherent in wood?" For this simile, see Kuang Polun Pen, Taisho Shinsho Daizotyo 1570, 31, 185, b. 21 through 26. The translation follows Wan Hyo's interpretation. Wan Hyo comments, "Like the sovereignty of fire that is inherent in wood, this is to say, it is just like in wood is innate the nature of the great element of fire. But if one splits that wood in order to find that fire, one will never discover its characteristic of heat. And yet the nature of fire is really not non-existent in wood, because if one searches for it using friction, literally drilling, that fire will perforce appear. The one mind is also the same. One cannot find the nature of the mind by analyzing, literally splitting, all its characteristics. And yet in reality it cannot be non-existent in all dharmas, because if the mind cultivates the path in order to find it, the one mind will appear. In this wise, as far as the nature of fire is concerned, its characteristic of heat is hidden, but its power is great, just like the sovereign of a kingdom. Hence it is called sovereign." The Buddha replied, "So it is. Why is this? This person's true contemplation contemplates the calm extinction of the one mind. Signs and signlessness are grasped in voidness as being equal, and since voidness is cultivated, and one therefore accords with the Buddha mind, one does not lose one's vision of the Buddhas. Because one sees the Buddhas, one does not flow along with the three currents. In the Mahayana, the path of the three liberations, here voidness, signlessness, wishlessness, has but a single essence and is devoid of nature. Because it is devoid of nature, it is void. Because it is void, it is signless. Because it is signless, it is wishless. Because it is wishless, it seeks nothing. Because it seeks nothing, it is free from anticipation. Due to this action, the mind is purified. Because the mind is purified, one sees the Buddhas. Because one sees the Buddhas, one then will be reborn in the Pure Land. Bodhisattva, diligently cultivate the three transformations. The three transformations, samhwa, are lost by Wan Hyo as the three voidnesses. i.e. the voidness of the characteristic of voidness, the voidness of voidness itself, and the voidness of that which is void. Kumgang Sammae Kyong 3, page 1004, b 22 through 25. There is also a proselytic listening. There is also a proselytic listing. 1. Past transformation, previous preaching of the Mahayana. 2. Adaptable transformation, the Bodhisattva entering into samsara in order to rescue beings from their plight. 3. Ultimate transformation, prompting those beings to attain complete Buddhahood. See Fa Hua Hsuan Lun 7, Taisho Shinsho Daizotyo 1720, 34, 417a, and Fa Hua I Shu 7, Taisho Shinsho Daizotyo 1721, 34, 546a. Bodhisattva diligently cultivate the three transformations with regard to this profound Dharma. Wisdom and concentration will then be completely perfected, and one will immediately transcend the three realms of existence. Jīngāng Bodhisattva asked, as the Tathāgata has said, non-production and non-extinction are impermanent. So extinguish this production and extinction. Once production and extinction have been extinguished, this calm extinction will be permanent. Because it is permanent, it cannot be excised. That Dharma which cannot be excised remains far removed from all the active and motionless Dharmas of the three realms of existence. One should avoid the conditioned Dharmas as if avoiding a fiery pit. Through relying on what Dharma may one admonish oneself and access that one approach to Dharma. This quotation opens another exchange, which is intended to resolve a second doubt remaining from the Tathāgatagarbha chapter. As a passage in that chapter said, Vajrasamadhi-sutra, chapter 7, after note 124, at the moment of cognition, the consciousnesses are permanent. The consciousnesses are perpetually calm and extinct, but that calm extinction is also calm and extinct. This state would seem so rarefied to the average person, however, that he might think that there were no means available for him to cultivate his mind and realize calm extinction. Kumgang Sammae Kyong 3, page 1004, c. 3 through 7. The Buddha replied, admonish your mind concerning the three great matters. Access this practice via the three great truths. Jīngāng Bodhisattva asked, how may one admonish one's mind in regard to these three matters? How may one access the one practice via the three truths? The Buddha replied, as for the three great matters, the first is cause, the second is fruition, the third is consciousness. These three matters are, in this wise, void and non-existent from their inception. They are not self, for their natures are void, but instead are true self, for they have no limiting identity. So how is it that the taint of craving, Trishna, arises concerning them? Contemplate these three matters as being bound by the bonds. Following the Koryo 2 Taisho reading of Pak to bind, the Wan Hyo and Kai Pao recensions wrongly didagraph the following character, Piyo, to whirl, to be adrift. Vajrasamadhi-sutra, page 373, c8, note 14. Grantha of covetousness, ill will, attachment to rules and rituals and dogmatic fanaticism, and being aimlessly adrift in the sea of suffering. It is because of such matters that one constantly admonishes oneself. As for the three truths, the first truth is that the path to Bodhi is equal in its accessibility, For the Bodhi nature is inherent in all sentient beings, not unequal. The second truth is that great enlightenment is gained through the orthodox knowledge of the Buddhists, not through the perverse knowledge of the non-Buddhists. The third truth is that truth is accessed by not differentiating the practices of wisdom and concentration. Truth is not accessed by practicing them randomly. The person who cultivates the path to Buddhahood by means of these three truths cannot but attain right enlightenment concerning these dharmas of the three truths. Gaining the knowledge of right enlightenment, one spreads immense friendliness, inspires both oneself and others, and achieves the Bodhi of the Buddhas. Chijane Bodhisattva asked, Lord, such a dharma would in fact be free from causes and conditions. If a dharma is unconditioned, then there would be no causes that are generated. So, how can such a motionless dharma prompt access to the Tathāgatagarbha? The question initiates an additional exchange concerning a doubt remaining from the Tathāgatagarbha chapter. The concluding verse in that chapter said, Vajrasamadhi-sutra, chapter 7, after note 127, transmuting both the subject and object of clinging, he accesses the Tathāgatagarbha. It was commonly assumed, however, that realization of the Tathāgatagarbha, representing the equal truth just discussed, in which the Bodhi nature is inherent in all sentient beings, was not brought about through specific causes and conditions, such as spiritual practice. Hence, how could this passage imply that there was some explicit soteriological means by which the subject and object of clinging were transmuted so that access to the Tathāgatagarbha could occur? Kumgang Sammae Kyong 3, page 1005, b. 9-13. Wishing to proclaim this meaning, the Tathāgata then recited these gathas. The characteristics of all dharmas, their natures are void, non-existent, and motionless. These dharmas are not produced in the present, but they are not produced in another time, past and future either. Adapted from Mula Madhyamaka Karika 7:28. See Chundlun 2, Taisho Shinsho Daizotyo 1564, 30, 11, c. 11-12. Noted in Liebenthal, page 366. Dharmas are neither moving nor motionless. As their natures are void, they are calm and distinct. Only at the time when their natures are void, calm, and distinct will those dharmas then appear. As they leave behind all characteristics, they abide calmly. And as they abide calmly, they are unconditioned. All these conditionally produced dharmas, those dharmas are not produced by conditions. Because there is no production or extinction due to causes and conditions, the natures of production and extinction are void and calm. The nature of conditions involves both the subject and object conditions. Wanhyo glosses these as adipati pratyaya, predominant condition, and alambana pratyaya, cooperative condition, respectively. Kumgang Sammae Kyong 3, page 1005, c. These conditions arise from the original condition. Hence, the production of dharmas is not due to conditions. This is also the case with the non-production of conditions. Dharmas that are produced according to causes and conditions, those dharmas in turn function as causes and conditions. Those dharmas which are characterized by being produced and extinguished according to causes and conditions, those are in fact free from production and extinction. Those characteristics which are thus true and real originally make no appearance. All dharmas in the present moment produce their appearances themselves. Accordingly, that consummately pure origin is originally not caused by the multitude of forces. Precisely when this is subsequently obtained, one retains the original attainment. Glossed by Won Hyo as after the completion of the Marga, or what was earlier briefly referred to as the time when these are calmed and extinguished. Kumgang Sammae Kyong 3, page 1006, A 16 through 17. And Won Hyo interprets this as meaning that the actualization of enlightenment leads to reattainment of the original enlightenment. Kumgang Sammae Kyong 3, page 1006, A 18 through 20. At that time, Jīngāng heard what the Buddha said, and his mind ground became enraptured. There was then no one in the congregation who entertained any further doubts. Once Jīngāng had known all their minds, he recited gathas. I knew the doubts in all their minds, and accordingly questioned cordially and sincerely. Through his virtue of great friendliness, the Tathāgata has analyzed these doubts and left none remaining. Everyone in these two congregations has clearly understood everything. Through my understanding, I now proselyte universally all sentient beings, just as the great friendliness of the Buddha does not allow him to abandon his great vow. Hence, at that only child stage, the Bodhisattva continues to linger in defilement. Only child stage, ilcha-chi, is a term that derives from the Nirvana Sutra. See the description at Ta Pan Nie Pa'an Ching 16, Taisho Shinsho Daizokyo 374, 12, 458c through 459a, upon which Won Hyo seems to draw in his explanation. Only child stage, ilcha-chi, is the first bhumi and above. There, one has already realized that all sentient beings are equal, and one regards all sentient beings as if they were one's own only child. Linger in defilement. Although a bodhisattva gains the equality of all the dharmas, by means of his power of expedience, he does not abandon defilements, klesa. This is because if one were to abandon all defilements and proclivities, anusaya, and thence access nirvana, this would controvert one's original vow. Kumgang Sammae Kyong 3, page 1006, A 29 through 1006, B 4. At that time, the Tathāgata addressed the congregation. This bodhisattva is inconceivable. He constantly relieves sentient beings from their suffering through his great friendliness. If there is a sentient being who keeps the Dharma taught in this sutra, or keeps this bodhisattva's name, he then will not fall into the evil destinies, and all obstructions and difficulties will completely vanish. If there are sentient beings who have no extraneous thoughts remaining, but reflect exclusively on the Dharma of this sutra, and cultivate and train in it, then this bodhisattva will constantly manifest a transformation body and speak the Dharma to them. He will guard and protect those persons, never abandon them even for a moment, and prompt them quickly to attain Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi. All of you bodhisattvas, when you proselyte sentient beings, You should encourage all of them to cultivate and train in this decisive, definitive meaning, Nitartha, of the Mahayana. Epilogue. At that time, Ananda arose from his seat and coming forward addressed the Buddha. As the Tathāgata has said, the Mahayana's aggregate of merits is certain to eradicate the fetters. The inspiration of the enlightenment that is produced is inconceivable. What sutra title should such a teaching be given? How much merit will be forthcoming from receiving and keeping such a sutra? I begged the Buddha to explain this for us out of his friendliness and compassion. The Buddha replied, "O son of good family, the name of this sutra is inconceivable. It has been protected by all the Buddhas of antiquity. It is able to catalyze access into the sea of the Tathāgata's all-embracing knowledge. If there is a sentient being who keeps this sutra, then he will have nothing more to seek in any other sutras. The Dharma teaching of this scripture encodes all dharmas and includes the essentials of all sutras. It is the unifying thread, kaijong, of the dharmas of all these sutras. As far as the title of this sutra is concerned, it is named Sop Te Song Kyong, Mahayana Samgraha Sutra, Compendium of Mahayana Scripture, Kumgang Sammae Vajra-Samadhi, and Muryang Chong, Source of Immeasurable Doctrine. If there is a person who receives and keeps this scripture, he will be called one who welcomes and supports, literally receives and keeps, hundreds of thousands of Buddhas. Such meritorious qualities may be compared to the limitlessness of space, which is inconceivable. It is this sutra alone with which I now charge you." Ananda asked, "What sort of person, with what sort of mental attitude, would receive and keep this scripture?" The Buddha replied, "O son of good family, the mind of the person who receives and keeps this scripture is free from gain or loss, and constantly cultivates the religious life, brahmacharya. If he constantly gladdens his mind and calms its conceptual proliferation, prapanka, then even amidst the crowded masses, his mind will remain ever concentrated. Even if he dwells in the household life, he will not grasp at the three realms of existence. There are 5 types of merits accruing from this person's appearance in the world. First, he is honored by the congregation. Second, he will not die an untimely death. Third, he will eruditely rebut perverse opinions. Fourth, he will joyfully ferry across sentient beings. Fifth, he will be able to access the sanctified path. It is this sort of person who will receive and keep this scripture." Ananda asked, "Will one who ferries across all sentient beings be as worthy of receiving offerings as that person or not?" The Buddha replied, "Such a person is able to become a great field of merit for sentient beings. He constantly practices great knowledge and displays both expedience and truth. He receives all manner of offerings from the 4 sanghas upon which one may depend." A listing that derives from Nirvana Sutra. 1. The educated Prithagajana, ordinary person, who keeps precepts and preaches Dharma but still retains the defiled nature. He has not yet reached the first bhumi. 2. The Srotapanna, stream winner, and Sakardagamin, once returner. These are bodhisattvas who have reached the first bhumi, and received prediction of their future Buddhahood. but have not yet reached the second or third bhumi. 3. The anagamin, non-returner, who has received this prediction and is destined soon to attain Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi. 4. The arhat, who has achieved the 10th bhumi. See Ta Pan Nie Pa'an Ching 6, Taisho Shinsho Daizotyo 375, 12, 637 A.C. A through C. And Ta Pan Ni Huan Ching 4, Taisho Shinsho Daizotyo 376, 12, 875C through 876B. He receives all manner of offerings from the 4 sanghas upon which one may depend, including even their heads, eyes, marrow, and gray matter. So how could he not but receive clothes and provisions? O son of good family, such a person is your spiritual mentor, your bridge. How could an ordinary person not but worship him? Ananda asked, if at that person's place one receives and keeps this sutra, and worships that person, how much merit will one accrue? The Buddha answered, if, furthermore, there is a person who gives a city full of gold and silver, it would not measure up to the inconceivable amount of merit forthcoming from receiving and keeping 1 4-line gatha of this scripture at that person's place, or from worshipping that person. It is inconceivable. Added following the Koryo 2 Taisho Recension, Vajra-Samadhi-sutra, page 374, B17. This line is missing in Wanhyo, Kumgang Sammae Kyong 3, page 1007, B12. O son of good family, the mind of a person who encourages all sentient beings to keep this sutra will be constantly concentrated. He will never forget his original mind. If one forgets his original mind, he then must repent. This practice, Dharma, of repentance produces coolness, Siti Buddha. Ananda asked, if one repents, don't previous evil deeds recede into the past? The Buddha replied, so it is. It is like bringing a bright lamp into a dark room. That darkness instantly vanishes. O son of good family, this is not to speak only of repenting from previous evil deeds. Indeed, all evil deeds can be said to recede into the past. Ananda asked, what is meant by repentance? The Buddha replied, by relying on the teachings of this sutra, one accesses the true and real contemplation. As soon as one accesses that contemplation, all evil deeds will completely vanish. Leaving behind all evil destinies, one will be reborn in the Pure Land, where one will quickly achieve Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi. When the Buddha had finished preaching this sutra, Ananda, the Bodhisattvas, and the great fourfold congregation were all enraptured and elated, and their minds achieved the certitude that they would attain enlightenment. Worshipping the Buddhas with their foreheads, they were enraptured and elated, and practiced his teaching respectfully.